Morning.
How about the system, which we thought was going to do us in last night. Oh, way to go, Feeney. Safe travels today. Yeah, we knew guaranteed loss with Miami. Guaranteed.
So I'm talking to the kid yesterday. I've been
Uh-huh.
dropping a lot of weight. I'm like, so I said to him, I said, so how much you weighing these days? And he tells me, I said, huh? He went, why? I said, we're pretty close. He goes, do you mean I got to start working out? I said, you better. He's like, God dang it. I'm like, you better go get some more fast food. Do whatever you want.
Well, way to go, Ambient. Glad we could help.
That's it, Ambient. You got to trust it. If you play it, you got to play it.
Yep. System is a system, even when it looks like it's going to take you to the abyss.
Boy, Georgia tried to give that away last night.
Oh, my goodness.
I watched most of that second half.
Man.
Then I was flipping between Edmonton, Tampa, and Detroit, Minnesota.
It's just in. The Lightning have got it figured out right now.
Yeah, they do. They really do, David.
And it helps when you have a Vasilevsky and a Kucherov and a Hedman.
Well, but and Hagel's turned into a really good player, and Point's a really good player. I mean,
Getzel signing has worked, and
yeah, it has.
John Cooper can coach, but just going to say it again. It really helps when you have a Vasilevsky.
No doubt about that, David.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you as we get over this hump together. How's the week going? Huh? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. There's a bounce in our step, in our voice, as the late Marty Schottenheimer was caught on NFL film saying once upon a time, there's a gleam, men. There's a gleam. Now go get the gleam. And after last night's system play, we are seeking out the gleam, and all is possible in the world.
It is why I will say this. If you are a gambler and you're playing blackjack, roulette, sports, whatever, and you have a system, you've got to stick with said system. Now, as a friend of mine, Mark Mitchell, would tell you, that system can blow up in your face. All I have to do to him is say Bellagio roulette table, and we watched money fly out of our hands because we were sure our system was going to work.
Right.
About $900 later, we decided with no more money in our pockets that the system that day failed us. You live with the system, you die with the system.
In fact, do we have enough money left between the two of us to go to the little diner joint called the System and get some food to go home with?
Longest walk out of a casino in my life. Neither of us talked to the other, and we got outside. I said, I thought we were walking the strip this morning. My wallet's empty. But in our college basketball system, you can't just randomly choose and say, I'm going to play this game and not this game and pick and choose. It's a system. If there are system plays, sometimes you just have to grin and bear it.
Yep.
And throw the money down.
And
that's what we did yesterday. No, it did not.
No, we looked at that. We had a lot of bad teams that we had money on last night. It's like, man, the basketball gods are really sticking it to us.
And I said towards the end of the show, Georgia's a pretty good team. Big game for the Dogs. Of all the games, I probably like Georgia and the points more than any other. I'll be damned they held on and beat the Gators, and the Gators showed a lot of resilience, trailing that entire game, coming back and taking the lead before Georgia ended up getting the win.
Boy, I'll tell you, the Gators can score points. I mean, the Gators are down 11 with 3.5 to go, and then 2 minutes later, they have a 2-point lead.
Right.
I mean, the Gators can score points.
I have to tell you, though, I've always had a bit of a soft spot for the Dogs because my first wife went to Georgia, so I went to a lot of events in Athens, and I like Athens, and it's a fun college town.
It's a great college town, yeah.
And I know they don't care about basketball.
No, it's just.
But you would think with basically a tournament bid on the line, they lose yesterday to Florida, it really decreases their chances of making the NCAA tournament. It's Florida. It's a home game. It's their biggest rival that they have in all sports. And that gym looked like it was 75% full.
Yep. It's not a basketball school at all.
Not at all. And particularly with the talent now that's in Atlanta for high school basketball or AAU basketball or where, basically where you're getting your kids from.
It should be.
Atlanta's a mecca.
Yep.
They should be great.
Yep.
Not good, great.
Yes,
and they've
should.
tried a bunch of different coaches. And I don't know if anybody's ever going to get it done there, David, because the people in Athens don't care. The Gators, they care about football more than basketball. I get it. But if there's a big game, they show up.
Oh, yeah.
They're in.
They're in. And if the team is showing any potential, they're in too.
Right.
Right. But Athens, if Kirby had let folks know he was going to the game, that might have been worth an extra 1,000 people showing up.
Probably.
But my guess is Kirby was just stuck at the office late and somebody said, hey, how about we just walk on over? Okay.
They're playing Florida. You can walk out. They're going to cheer for you, and then you can leave.
I'll give them my support. Whatever. How are we doing this year, by the way? We okay? And the assistant there was kind of getting them up. We're a bubble team. We're on the outside looking in right now. We really need this one. Okay. All right. Maybe I'll stay till halftime. But the system went 4-1 last night. All right. Little late Jim Mandich there to throw it in. All right.
And we needed it. System's been struggling the past couple of weeks.
No doubt about it.
A big midweek night, which we were able to get. Hope you joined us for the System plays and made yourself a little money.
System is at 56% so far in conference play. And this is pretty much the last week of the System.
Yes.
I mean,
yes, it is.
Next week is small conference tournament week. And I guess, and next week also is big conference tournament week, right?
No, there's one more week.
Gotcha.
There's one more week of big conference regular season play. So there'll be a few more plays next week.
So we got about 10 more days of the System. But the plays are getting fewer and far between, and you can't play the System in the tournament. You can't. I mean, you could just, decide. I mean, I like to just bet the dogs in the tournament, and I don't mean Georgia. I just like to take the points in the tournament and see how I do at the end of the tournament. But, System 4-1 last night. System's at 56% for the year. So, hopefully we've made a few of you 3 or 4 shekels. But there you go. Some news coming out of the combine, even though they're not doing anything yet at the combine. Maybe that's why news is coming out. There's no workouts. There's nothing to occupy these teams. So the teams are actually walking up to the podium and answering questions. And so I have to admit, the Bengals, not that there's any leverage really with someone as good as Jamar Chase, but the Bengals have seemingly given up all leverage. Although, if you listen closely, you could see why Jamar Chase isn't happy with the Bengals. So, Mark, on the one hand, the Bengals said, we are going to make Jamar Chase the highest paid player who's not a quarterback in this league. Wow. That's pretty good, right? I mean, I believe that player right now is Justin Jefferson of the Vikings at $35 million a year for 4 years. And 110 of the 140 is guaranteed. Here's the fly in the ointment with the Bengals. The Bengals have a policy. They'll guarantee more than a year of a contract if you're a quarterback. They will not guarantee more than the first year of a contract for anyone else. And they have stuck to that policy all the way until February of 2025. And when asked, are you going to stick to that policy with Jamar Chase? They said, yes, that's our intention.
I have 2 words that I'm thinking of. And no, they're not the 2 that initially popped in your head when you think of words. Holdout.
Well,
holdout. No. If I'm Jamar Chase, I'm not playing on a 1-year deal. Not a chance.
Well, he held out last year and missed all the camp, and it really affected him. He led the league in catches and yards and touchdowns.
Yeah, I'm not just holding out for camp. If this is the game the Bengals are going to play with me, then I'm missing a game. Then I'm going to affect their season if they think that the 4-year deal they're giving me, and I'm supposed to be some sort of moron and think that it's anything more than a 1-year deal. They've got to guarantee me more money. Period. End of sentence.
I would agree. And that's apparently the reason why they didn't come to a deal last offseason. Apparently the Bengals were not cheap. The Bengals offered Jamar Chase, top of the line money. Problem is they're only willing to guarantee 20 to 25% of it. Chase and his people are going, You do know how this works with the rest of the league, right? You guarantee 2/3 to 75% of it. That's kind of how it goes. No, this is how we do it. Unless you're a quarterback. Okay, well, this is how I do it. So once again, Mark, it's the Bengals. Even when they're not being cheap.
They're being cheap.
There you go.
They're being cheap.
Yep.
It's who they are. It's what they do.
Yep.
And it doesn't change. And, you know, the one thing I think Pat Kerwin has maybe impressed upon me more than anything in the 10 plus years that we've had Pat on the show is that if the ownership's not willing to fall in line with how you run a franchise, then you're in trouble. And the Bengals are not willing to change the way they run their franchise.
I believe he's a free agent. I mean, didn't Chase just finish his 5th year? I mean, am I wrong in that? Or next year? Okay, so he's finished 4 years. Got it. Yeah, because Burrow just finished his 5th year. Okay, so that's why Burrow's 55 a year contract kicks in next year. Got it. So Chase has finished 4 years. So he's under contract for next year. You know, they've picked up his option. He, you know, like you though, Mark, I mean, he's not going to play for that in all likelihood. You know, but if you think about it, if you're the Bengals, you've got him for 3 more years.
This year, franchise.
There you go. Now, he ain't going to be happy.
No.
So, but you could see where this could drag out a little while.
And how will that affect Burrow? They have other players they have to sign. You start franchising, that money goes up a little bit more than you want it to go up because that's an exact number. So there are a lot of issues with franchising, Chase, not the least of which he's not going to be a happy camper.
No, he is not. And if he's not happy, there's a good chance Joe Burrow's not happy.
And that doesn't even get us into T. Higgins, which I still don't think they're going to be able to sign.
Me neither. And they keep putting T. Higgins ahead of Trey Hendrickson, and I think they need more help on defense than they do offense.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, it's just normal in the studio. I'm playing golf today, so I got to get my workout in, so I'm going right from the show to the gym. Lifestyle change, kids.
Oh, they're not going to trade him, Coffin Law. If they traded Chase, I honestly think Burrow would say, I don't want to play for the franchise anymore.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Kyle Sielaff. And it's nice that, when a guy starts becoming a bigger deal that, he'll still do our show. Because, let's face it, we're a little engine that could show. And, Kyle Sielaff was, working his way up and radio voice of the Marlins. And, now he's the TV voice of the Marlins. But he's still going to do our show. All right. So we're going to, like we said yesterday, we're going to check in on as many teams as we can. Late February, most of March. Just, give it a little taste. Season starts. What is it? So it's 3 weeks tomorrow. The madness, let's not count Dayton. The madness is 3 weeks tomorrow.
Right.
Major League Baseball's 4 weeks tomorrow.
Man, that's early.
March 27th, I believe. So here's my question. Is Masters the first weekend in April or second?
I believe it's the first, David, but I do not.
So that would make Masters 5 weeks tomorrow.
Yeah, it would.
So 3 weeks tomorrow, the madness. 4 weeks tomorrow, Major League Baseball. 5 weeks tomorrow, the Masters. So we're just saying. And obviously, the calendar flips on Saturday. Oh, it's second week of Masters.
Second week of April.
Okay,
sorry.
So 6 weeks. Sorry. So 3, 4, and 6 tomorrow. Madness, Major League Baseball, Masters. So 3, 4, and 6 weeks tomorrow. Did you get any tattoos in your teens or 20s?
No. One tattoo when I was 40.
Okay. Were your parents anti-tattoo that if you had gotten one, it would have caused issues?
Tattoos were not that big of a deal when I was 20. I'm a Gen X kid. That wasn't part of our thing. It became a millennial thing. My dad would have my guess is my dad would have thrown me out of the house. That's my guess. And I say that because of this reason, David.
No big deal or anything.
I did wear an earring for a time.
Okay.
And I was about 18, 19 years old. I was in college. I remember we were on the way to or from a concert, and I decided I was going to get an earring, and Ken Quiava in the back of the car we were driving pierced my ear.
Whoa!
While we were doing about 70 on the highway.
Whoa!
And he's like, I can do it. And girl gave an earring and pop. There we go. I've got an earring.
Wow.
And my dad did not see it because I purposely hid from him for at least a day. And then my father saw my earring. And he looked at me and he said very calmly, either take that out yourself or I'm going to rip your whole GD ear off. And I was lucky enough to have him at one end of the dining room table and me at the other when he said that. So I had time to remove the earring myself before Fred attacked me.
Was Mom in between?
Mom was not in the house yet.
Gotcha.
Mom had not yet returned from work. Dad was home from work, and Dad laid down the law at that time. So I cannot imagine if I had permanent ink somewhere placed on my body at that same time in my life.
All right. We do have to do a quick sidebar here because we have people in the Twitch chat room. I can only imagine the text line 21,000. So no infection?
Oh, yeah. Terrible infection.
Oh,
yes.
okay. All right.
Yes.
I mean, people are wondering, like, wait a minute. Were you, I mean, was this stone sober or was
Hell
it?
no.
Okay. So you were hooked on phonics here a little bit.
Right.
Okay. All right. Do you remember how much it hurt?
It was painful, but it wasn't that bad.
Okay.
It was just one quick pop, and then you're done.
Right. All right. Just needed to do that sidebar. Now we can go back to the proceedings. So I'm glad you went earring. Because for the record, Mama Moulton always wanted me to get an earring. And I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah, I think you'd look good with an earring. Huh. Now I resisted. Now, if I had gotten ink, oh, right there with your father, she would have thrown me out of the house. I would have shown up at my grandparents. They'd been like, oh, hi, good to see you. What are you doing here? Yeah, I can't live at home anymore. Why? This. And oh, okay. And they would have understood. Yeah, well, yeah. All right, got it. So I mention this because, and obviously times have changed. Okay, I mean, ink was not necessarily seen as a cool thing when you and I were growing up.
No, I will say the hockey players that I was around, most of the hockey players, both American and Canadian, mainly the kids that didn't play college hockey, some college hockey players, but those that played junior at some point around 18 would get some sort of small tattoo. It was very much a hockey thing.
Okay.
So a lot of the hockey players I know had some stupid tattoo.
I remembered until the late 80s or early 90s when, it was a little more commonplace and socially acceptable to have a bunch of ink that, your ink had to have a purpose. Usually you were honoring someone who had passed. Okay. That if you got ink for that, it was kind of like, well, okay, we can't give him a hard time for that. All right. So anyway, did you hear about Bryce Harper? Now, Bryce likes his ink.
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear about his latest tattoo?
I did not.
I don't know if Bryce Harper, besides winning the World Series, could have done anything to increase his popularity in Philadelphia more than what he just did.
Did he get an Eagles tattoo?
Better, remember, he's a Philly.
Right.
He got a Philly Fanatic tattoo.
Nice.
It's even better than that. It's not just one of the Fanatic. It's the Fanatic riding an ATV. He's got it on his right arm.
Good for him.
He says, I just love Philadelphia. He goes, I love everything about it. I love the city. I love the franchise. Okay. And I just wanted to honor it. Come
That
on,
will probably mean he doesn't ever have to pay for a drink at most bars in Philadelphia, as if he had to before this.
I was going to say, and they've yet to win the final game, and they still love him. And now he's got a Philly fanatic riding an ATV tattoo.
The problem, however, is, and the Phillies will be good and be competitive, they've got a guy in New York City that's spending every dollar he has to make sure that they win that division.
Yeah, I still like the Phillies over the Mets, at least in the regular season. I like their pitching more. But, once we get to October, it's a total crapshoot. Phillies are better than the Mets last year. Mets beat them, in a best of 5. But, the problem for the Phillies was the Phillies had ham and egged their way the previous 2 years deep into the playoffs. So they put their best team in the playoffs. They go out right away.
Sometimes that's the way that it works. Miller and Moulton. Kyle Sielaff, as David mentioned, will join us in the 8 o'clock hour, as will Seth Everett, to talk about whatever it is on Seth's mind. The starting 5 when we come back on Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
A showdown in the swamp. The final race of the season. Everything's on the line at record-breaking speeds. Don't miss Swamp Buggy Racing's World Championship, the Bud Cup Final, Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com. Florida's oldest racing tradition is racing like you've never seen before in 6 categories. But Swamp Buggy Racing is always a great day of family fun with kid-friendly pricing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the World Championship. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So here's the one thing I thought of for a poll question. I've not checked any of the national days. Might have to get a couple more teams on here, but what bad team are you most sick of hearing about all the time? Dallas Cowboys, Philadelphia 76ers. I don't know if there are other teams on there.
Jets.
Jets?
Now, I'll say this. The Cowboys only had one bad year. I mean,
Okay. Miami Dolphins?
Although they only had one bad year, too. It had 4 straight winning seasons. Canada relief, a little bit of Canadian bias there.
Wrong country for that.
Yeah, you hear about them all the time. And besides, the Leafs are never bad. That's the problem. They're just not great. Well, but EB, they had 3 straight seasons of winning 12 or more games. So, what's your definition of bad? Do you have to win the Super Bowl to not be bad?
It's National Pistachio Day. What's your favorite nut?
Ooh, I'm a cashew guy. By the way, I forget who keeps asking me. I would keep Javon Holland. He turns 25 Monday. He'd probably be a little overpaid, but you can't keep letting your good young players leave. And I know that you don't have a great cap situation. Well, then take care of it. Well, he's going to get paid, Ambient, so it's just a matter of, are you going to pay him?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Hey, thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Kyle Sielaff, Seth Everett coming up. We'll have a Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Swamp Buggy Races, by the way, are Sunday. Go to swampbuggy.com and get your tickets. Final Swamp Buggy Races of the season, Florida Sports Park Naples, swampbuggy.com.
The starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting 5.
We'll start with the NFL because, well, you guys like it the most, and we really are trying to, please you. So the Chiefs, they came out yesterday and said, yeah, we expect Travis Kelce to play next year. I mean, they just said it out loud. So we'll see. I mean, he ain't going to play for what his contract calls for. Come on, that ain't happening. But, they expect him back. Okay. The Bengals have said they plan to make wide receiver Jamar Chase the top paid non-quarterback in the league. Right now, that's Justin Jefferson at $35 million a year for 4 years. The problem is the Vikings guaranteed $110 of Jefferson's $140 million. That's 80% of the contract. Yeah. The Bengals historically, unless you're a quarterback, they only guaranteed the first year money. That's it. And nobody thinks Jamar Chase and his folks are going to agree to that. So The good news, it looks as if they're willing to give him 37 and a half, 38, 40 million a year. Bad news is they don't want to guarantee it. What good is that? Colts, Mark, said this out loud yesterday. They plan to create, quote, a real competition, unquote, at quarterback. And they said they'd do it with a quarterback not currently on the roster. I was going to say that doesn't sound good for Joe Flacco, does it?
No, it does not. Maybe they'll draft Milroe and they can have Milroe and Richardson go at it and see which guy fails more.
Can I ask a serious question?
Okay.
Who's out there that they could bring in that, in your estimation, would create a, quote, real competition, unquote, at quarterback?
With Richardson?
Yeah.
Who couldn't they bring in?
Okay,
He can't play.
Okay. But
They could bring in Gardner Minshew for a competition with Rich. I know they had him already, but you know the point I'm making.
Yeah, I know. But these guys also need to win this year. You know, they've gone 17-17 the last 2 years. There was no guarantee that the coach and the GM were even going to see the combine. So their thinking is, we got to have a winning season. We got to make the playoffs. No, seriously. And you could think about it. You know, who's out there? Who do you think you can get your hands on? And also, what is he saying? I want to create a real competition. He's not saying I want to bring somebody in who's clearly better.
Right. That means like a Justin Fields. I mean,
exactly.
I mean, if you're trying to make comparisons, it's that type of quarterback.
Right. A real competition.
If you brought in a Russ is getting the job.
You know, Cooper Rush from the Cowboys, who I believe is a free agent. I believe every quarterback on that roster not named Dak's a free agent. So, no, I mean, I'm curious who it is they have in mind to bring in to create a real competition. And by the way, so you mean to tell me you're going to have mini camp and training camp and preseason games? You're going to have a full-on competition? Really?
In 2025.
Where beat reporters are charting every throw at practice? Okay. Hey, I'd love to see it, but we don't see much of that anymore. The Ravens did publicly acknowledge that the 16 allegations against Justin Tucker are, quote, concerning, unquote. Now, they said, you know, we'll let the investigation continue and, you know, before we do anything. But I will say, if you took a look at their face and their tone, okay, I sensed a little more than concerning. Annoyed with, upset with. I'm a little honked off, to be honest with you. Okay, that's kind of where I thought that their face and their tone said yesterday with Justin Tucker. Hey, one other thing. So the Dolphins have all but indicated that they're moving on from their big left tackle. They're Teron Armstead, which is something because he's their best lineman and their line's not good enough. But he's old, he's injury prone, and he's expensive. He has come out and said, Mark, I am willing to cut my base salary down to the veteran minimum so that you guys don't cut me. So that we just, because he doesn't know if he's going to play next year, but he's leaning towards wanting to. And if so, he wants to stay in Miami. The Dolphins are pretty much like, yeah, we got to start moving on from the older, hurt guys we got on our roster. Well, anyway, if the Dolphins don't just cut him and they instead take him up on his offer to take the pay cut, he's offering a $12 million pay cut. And so what he's saying is that take the $12 million that I'll give you, just keep me around, let me figure out what I'm doing, you guys figure out what you're doing, and then we could settle this down the road. So it'll be interesting if the Dolphins take him up on his offer and still keep him on the roster.
Based on what's in the draft at tackle, the lack of tackles that are going to be free agents, that are going to be quality guys, I don't know how they don't take him up on this offer.
So be interesting to see what the Dolphins do there. By the way, Javon Holland, who turns 25 on Monday, the Dolphins yesterday said he's earned the right to become a free agent. Well, the last 2 years, they said that about Christian Wilkins. He didn't re-sign. And they said that about Mike Gesicki, and he didn't re-sign. So Javon Holland's done in Miami. I always love when teams who need more good players let their best younger players leave via free agency. I've always found that that's a really good winning formula.
26-year-old guys.
No, he won't even be 25 till Monday.
Oh, I thought he was 25 now. He'll be 26 on Monday. He's 24 now. He'll be 25 on Monday.
Right, he'll be 25 on Monday, and he's the
Let
best.
him walk.
Right, he's the best safety on the roster. Now, he's a good player, and if you tagged him, it's $20 million a year. He's not a $20 million a year player. If you transition tagged him, he's $16 million a year. Little pricey, but sometimes it's the price you got to pay. It would probably keep him. I would transition tag him. I would try to keep him that way. It still may not work, but I don't know, Mark. Call me crazy. I don't like to lose my good young players. I know. I'd be a bad GM. Where are we going? College football. So they met for 7 hours in Dallas. 7 hours. Man. They didn't decide a damn thing, but apparently they need more information to decide what, if any, changes they're going to make to the playoff next year. Apparently there's all sorts of data as to what they're going to do with the seedings or what they should do. So there you go. Remember, the vote's got to be unanimous. 10 commissioners and Notre Dame. Vote's got to be 11-0, or else they can't get anything done. Baseball. Max Scherzer officially said he's, quote, skeptical, unquote, of the ABS system. Mark, do you want to know why? That's because he had 2 strikes turned into balls yesterday when the batters went, that wasn't a strike. And sure enough, the computer said, you're right. It wasn't. And so Scherzer, who's with the Blue Jays, by the way, he's now skeptical of the system. And as previously mentioned, Bryce Harper got a tattoo of the Philly Fanatic riding an ATV on his right arm. I got to admit, I hope Bryce Harper hits 87 homers and wins a World Series. I really do. I love the guy. I'm like John Gruden with Brett Favre. I love this guy. College hoops, our system went 4-1, and that's pretty good because we knew we were losing Miami at home against Duke. And they were getting 22, and they lost by 37. Duke's won 25 games. Miami has lost 22. Gators got upset in Athens. Made a big run late to take a lead with under a minute to go, but Georgia had an 8-0 run in the final minute to win 88-83. That gets Georgia right on the bubble. Tennessee beat LSU in Baton Rouge, but they only beat them by 6, and the Tigers were getting 10.5. Oklahoma State upset 9th-ranked Iowa State in Stillwater while getting 10 points. Did you see what Alabama did to Mississippi State last night?
I did, David. Alabama, they can score. And when the other team has trouble scoring, you get games like this because the Crimson Tide can get up and down the floor.
111-73.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Damn. Louisville won in Blacksburg, but they didn't cover. We had Vatek at 10.5, and they lost by 5. The UCF women dropped to 10-17. They lost at home to Iowa State by 25. Luka, in a game that he said, thankfully, it's over with. He was a wreck all day, he said. He had a triple-double, 19 points, 15 rebounds, 12 assists. Didn't shoot the ball worth a darn. But the Lakers, LeBron with 27, many of them in the fourth, beat Dallas 107-99. Kyrie 35, by the way, for the Mavs. Did you hear the chant that the Lakers crowd was chanting throughout the game? Nico Harrison is the GM of the Mavs, and so he's the one, obviously, who, orchestrated the trade. The Lakers crowd throughout the game serenaded him with "Thank you, Nico."
I want to just point out that there is not one other show that will be on anywhere nationally, regionally, anything you will hear today that will wait 49 minutes to talk about Luka Doncic.
Miller and Moulton, it's how we roll. Cavs beat the Magic by 40, their 8th in a row. Boston won their 6th in a row, beat Toronto by 10. Rockets, they beat Milwaukee 197. Both teams are their respective 4 seeds. How about this one in Memphis? Over-under of 300. It went under barely. Memphis 151-148 over Phoenix in overtime. Do you know Phoenix is like 3 games out of the play-in?
Yes.
Out of the play-in.
Yes.
Unreal. New Orleans beat San Antonio. Golden State, 3,000th win in Warriors franchise history.
And what are they, 6-1 since getting Jimmy buckets? I mean, that's
Yes, they are.
I didn't think this would work. I think he's too old and broke down, but so far it's working in Golden State.
Beat Charlotte by 36. By the way, the other 4 franchises to have 3,000 or more wins in the NBA, Lakers, Celtics, Knicks, Sixers. Warriors now 5th franchise with 3,000 wins. One other basketball note, Diana Taurasi, arguably the greatest women's basketball player ever. 20 years in the WNBA, 3 titles with UConn, 6 Olympic gold medals. Never should have been on the last team, but anyway, Taurasi retired. NHL, Lightning, 6 in a row, 7-0-1 in their last 8. They beat Edmonton 4-1. Panthers by the same score over Nashville. Sam Bennett had the Gordie Howe hat trick.
Goal assist in a fight.
There you go. Rangers beat the Islanders 5-1. Maple Leafs down 3-0, rallied to beat the Bruins 5-4 in overtime. Marner, the game winner. Montreal shut out Carolina 4-0. You know, you and I both love the Hurricanes. After that big deal, they have not played that great after the big trade. How about your Wings down 2-0? Rallied to beat the Wild in Minnesota 3-2. Big win. Columbus right now with the final playoff spot in the East. They beat Dallas last night 6-4. Ovechkin with his 30th of the year, number 883 of his career, but the Caps lost to Calgary 3-1. Bobby Brink with a goal and 3 assists for the Flyers in the win last night. Buffalo, St. Louis, Utah, also victorious. And it's 7 minutes before the hour. That was the starting 5. 5 big stories and Bobby Brink that you needed to know here on Miller and Moulton.
I'm so glad you went with Bobby Brink because, you know, when I did the starting 5 for you on Monday, I got some of the basketball games. I think there was a New Orleans game against someone. I'm like, no one cares. You know, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Unfortunately, both of those teams are missing the playoffs and not much there. Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floormeisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David. Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floormeisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floormeisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floormeisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct, The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thanks, Feeney.
So, Feeney, are you going to be like the Yankees? Start spreading the news.
Not playing it this year after losses.
After a loss, right. It was always weird, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Be belting out New York after, as the Dodgers are celebrating the World Series.
What do you want to do for a poll question?
I don't know.
Favorite nut?
Okay, what are the choices?
Cashew.
I mean, do you
Pistachio.
have- Okay. Peanut.
We can do that. Peanut's not technically a nut, which I can get some time off of.
Oh.
But yes.
Well, then, which of course begs the question, why is it called
It's a
peanut?
great question.
Walnut? Is walnut a nut?
Walnut is a nut.
Okay.
I would go cashew. I would go pistachio.
Ryro wants us to ask favorite nutty owner. That's pretty good, Ryro.
Ryro, those are pretty good answers. Irsay, Jera.
You used to be able to throw Cuban in there. Can't do that anymore.
Well, and then you had, Dolan would be right there.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Mark Davis. By the way, how about your Sparty's brother there bailing on the Twins? He's going all in on the White Sox. Larry Dolan, the Guardians owner, died. Not James Dolan, the Knicks and Rangers owner.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Let's get over it together, shall we? Kyle Sielaff, TV voice of the Marlins, and Seth Everett to join us next hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So, by the way, just so you know, Mark, the Swamp Buggy races, they've put a lot of pressure on us. We've been very grateful for their support. We've helped them sell some tickets, get the word out for them. But they took us up on an offer that we had made publicly, which is, well, if you're a sponsor out there and if you sponsor the poll question, then we'll come up with one every day. And they said, okay.
Here's the deal. We only have to do it for a couple more days.
Exactly.
The races are Sunday and they don't come back again until the fall.
Exactly.
So a couple of things. Businesses, there's a sponsorship that'll be available on Monday.
That is true.
For the poll question. That's the first thing.
But also, the pressure could be off us for a couple days, if we have a transition period. We
need the pressure, David.
But we do.
I ran the numbers. We need the pressure.
Well, also, we know we're not good at coming up with these questions unless we got somebody, pressing their thumb on the back of our necks.
I think you're on to something there. But there are a couple of things today, a couple of directions that I thought we could go in.
Okay.
First and foremost, today is National Pistachio Day. So we could simply ask, what's your favorite nut?
Now, you told me something during the break. And I don't know that I've ever heard this before. Maybe I should have. Maybe it's commonly known. But a peanut is not a nut?
That's correct, David. A peanut is a legume. Peanuts are part of the same family as beans, lentils, and peas. A nut is a dry fruit with a single seed, a hard shell, and a protective husk. Peanuts do not meet this definition.
Well,
they grow in pods.
With all due respect, then, I believe it should have to change its name. Where do we go to make that happen?
I think it's too late. But a peanut is not a nut.
Well, then you can't call yourself a peanut.
You know what that is, David? That's nuts.
Well, it's ironic, I'll tell you that.
It is.
I mean, it sounds like a trick question. Is a peanut a nut? Can I get a spelling? Sure. Peanut. Huh. It would seem to be a nut. It's not. Got me. Here I'm thinking I could get one of those $100 or $200 questions on Jeopardy.
Right.
Is a peanut a nut? Okay. Name the most popular nut. Oh, what is a peanut?
Peanut. No, it's not correct. It's not a nut.
Only to have Ken Jennings tell me, sorry, David, peanut's not a nut. What?
Well, if, Ken would have been okay with it. As
Alex.
much as we all liked Alex Trebek, he would have looked at you with disdain and scorn and then read the answer, probably threw a little accent on it,
Yes.
just to emphasize how stupid you were while he was reading the answer off of a card.
Yes, total disgust. He would have had more disgust at me for thinking a peanut is a nut than what the Ravens had talking about Justin Tucker's allegations yesterday.
They're concerned.
They are. Alex Trebek would have vaulted right over concerned, right to disgusted. Is it too late to replace you with somebody else? Do we have an alternate panelist nearby? But anyway, I believe Peanut should have to change its name. Is there like some, like in, what's it, the World of Sports court? You got to go to Switzerland, what have you? When you're a tennis star and you're caught doping, you go somewhere and you try your case, you get 1 year reduced to 90 days. I mean, there's got to be some place that Peanut has to go, an arbitration panel or what have you. Okay. I demand a name change.
So we could go with, what's your favorite nut? We had a great suggestion on National Pistachio Day from one of our Twitch listeners, or Twitch watchers, I should say, who simply said, nuttiest owner.
I like that.
I do too. I mean,
like
Jera is certainly a leader in the clubhouse, but Jim Irsay right there.
Mark Davis might make the list. James Dolan, the Knicks
James
Rangers
Dolan
owner.
would make the list.
Yeah. I'd be fine with that. So let us know.
And then the only other thing I had, and you kind of squashed this earlier, and I get your reasons why. But what bad team are we most sick of hearing about? And I said the Cowboys, and you rightfully pointed out that last year they were bad. They really weren't bad the 3 years prior.
Now, for as much as we hear about them, though, they certainly have not been worthy of the attention that they've received. I mean, when you've gone 30 years without reaching a conference championship game, should you really be, A, the most valued franchise in North American sports? B, should you be the most talked about franchise in North American sports? I mean, I think they're certainly oversaturated with attention considering their success. I just struggle with calling them a bad
franchise. And you're right.
They had one bad year. So, in these parts, you want to put the Dolphins on the list. I don't know how much national talk the Dolphins get. And
they really don't.
And they had just
a lot of attention.
And they had just had 4 straight winning seasons, by the way, until last year. So,
But the Jets would make that list.
Absolutely. Absolutely. How much do the Raiders get talked about anymore?
They don't. I mean, they have in the last few months because of Brady joining the organization.
2-3 years ago, you would have put the Knicks on that list. I mean, they had been a bad franchise for a long time, and the talking heads talked about them nonstop. They didn't warrant it. But
so I think we have to go with nuttiest owner or your favorite nut, one or the other. I think that's where we're at.
Well, how about this? How about we just take in some input over the next handful of minutes? 21,000 text line or Twitch chat room. You tell us which way we want to go. Favorite nut, and that's an actual nut, or because it's National Pistachio Day, who's the nuttiest owner? And then we'll go from there. We'll take the cue from you. There you have it. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. This I'm curious what other information the whole college football playoff committee is waiting on. I mean, do you think they're overthinking this? I mean, don't you just either keep it the same or, I mean, tell me what's the alternative? Do you just seed them 1 through 12 based on the rankings, or you go by how we're doing now, right? Top 4 conference champions get the top 4 seeds. I mean, what's the middle ground?
David, there really is no middle ground, and we talked about this yesterday. I don't know what the Big Ten and SEC would have to offer up to get the changes in 2025, like what they would have to offer up 26 and beyond to get the changes they want for 2025. Because that's what it seems like to me, that they're making a leverage play to try to get the seating changed for next year, but they're going to have to offer up something to the Big 12 and the ACC and the group of 5 schools for 26 and beyond to make them want to make changes for next year to get a unanimous vote. Because otherwise, David, I don't know why any of the other conference would vote along with the Big Ten and the SEC.
Here's the only alternative that I could think of that I think could get votes. Do you guarantee the top 4 conference champions based on the rankings? Do you guarantee them at the very least a home game? Remember, what is it we talked about last year? What is it we really wanted to see? We didn't want to see Boise be the 3 and Arizona State be the 4. What we wanted was we wanted a big boy to have to go play on the blue turf. We wanted somebody to have to go to Arizona State. And that's what the NFL makes you do. You know, they only give out the 1 bye now, but when they used to give 2, if you think about it, the 3 and the 4 seeds would what? They'd get the home game, but they didn't get the bye. And that's the only thing I could think of, Mark, is the middle ground where we say going forward, okay, top 4 teams in the rankings get the bye. Then we have 4 home games. And then depending on how many of the top 4 are conference champions, you know, how about this? Okay, top 2 conference champions are 1 and 2.
Okay.
Right? Then the next 2 highest ranked teams are 3 and 4. And if those teams are not conference champions, we seed 5 through 12, making sure that the 3rd and 4th best conference champions get a home game. Because otherwise, if I'm the Big 12 and the ACC, you know what? You're going to guarantee me 2 spots next year? Mark, that's the only alternative. You guarantee me 2 spots, seed them however you want.
And with 12, I don't know how they can guarantee both the Big 12 and the ACC 2 spots. What I think they may be doing, David, is trying to get what they want next year and make sure they guarantee those 2 spots going forward. Miller and Moulton. We'll have a poll question on the other side. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question next.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online. This is Miller and Moulton.
Favorite nut or nuttiest owner, or both?
Favorite nut. Three system plays tonight.
A cashew is technically not a nut. I'm still putting peanut and cashew up there. An almond is technically not a nut.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Should we start putting what's your favorite non-nut?
Right.
Non-nut? Right, Spitz. They're all in the nut section at the supermarket. EB goes, all right, time to pivot. Nutty owner.
Nuts it is.
I just don't know how J-Ro doesn't win.
Because I would vote for Irsay.
Huh.
Big win for your Rangers last night.
Oh, yeah. You know, it's a shame, too, because, like, they could, if they sneak in, take a playoff spot away from, like, Ottawa or Columbus. And those franchises desperately need it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Kyle Sielaff, TV voice to the Marlins. My first question is going to be very hard hitting. You've been doing radio these last few years. Do you have the wardrobe for this move? It's a big move. Big move. Radio booth to TV booth. Huge move. Unless you work for Mark Miller. If Mark Miller was your boss back in the day, no difference whatsoever being on radio or being on television. Dress code was the dress code, baby. No difference.
Look like a professional. That's all I ask. And in the hockey world, a professional was someone that wore a coat and tie. You want to bring up one instance in which you looked terrible and tried to enter my press box looking like a baseball reporter. And
That's outrageous. That is outrageous. Okay, come on now. Come on. There are people on Hoarders who dress better than baseball beat writers. Okay, you got to be kidding me to call me a baseball writer the way I had slacks on. I had a dress shirt. All right. I didn't have a coat. Did I have a tie?
No.
So I had just the white dress shirt and a nice
you had a
pair
golf
of
shirt.
pants.
Thought you had a golf shirt.
No, I thought I had the white shirt. I just didn't go tie. I didn't think I needed to. And you set me straight. But to call me a baseball beat writer, oh, come on.
Compared to the way the rest of the press box looked, even the off-ice officials for the playoffs would dress a little nicer. The goal judges would wear coats and ties.
No, you're
very Montreal Canadian-esque.
By the way, all right. I may get in trouble. All right. So this is the side of Mark Miller. Okay. It's the playoffs. It's hockey. You need to show some class, Moulton, for goodness sake. All right. Put on a tie. Where's your sport coat? You did all those years in television. I know you got the clothes, and it's true. Everybody looked great. You would have thought it was the Montreal Forum instead of game 3 of the series between the Stingrays and the Everblades. Absolutely. Okay. And then Mark's giving out free tickets to all the ballets. Okay. All throughout the 239 because he's got to make sure it's, a good looking crowd.
I just signed whatever ticket requests were put in front of me by the players. Okay. I was not running to these establishments handing out tickets. But if a certain player wanted to make sure there was 4 for Candy in her group, who am I to say no?
Right. So off ice, best looking attire in the league. In the stands, oftentimes, best looking crowd in the league. That's how you run an organization right there. I can't believe you compared me to a baseball beat writer. That's outrageous. I mean, do you remember the one time, okay, we were on the field together, okay, and we elbowed each other and said, look at that guy. That guy left the house looking like that. That's remarkable.
In Act 1 of Miller and Moulton, the station that we worked for did a deal with the Boston Red Sox when they were still having their spring training at the old City of Palms Stadium, not in the current JetBlue where they are now. And anytime there was a game, we were doing afternoons at the time, we would do our show live, and we would do it basically down the left field line.
Yeah. And we were about even with Manny Ramirez in left field. Okay, wherever
Who, when he
positioned.
played, found it very strange that there were two guys in the outfield essentially doing a broadcast.
Now, we were in the stands, but we were like, it's
We're in the
close.
first row.
Yeah. And so Ramirez, would come over and field a foul ball and what have you. And he'd be like, what are these guys doing talking nonstop? Foul ball would land near us and he'd be near the stands. He'd be like, God, these guys won't shut up. So Manny started talking to us.
But it was at that point that I really discovered what the baseball beat writer thought was acceptable to wear into a press box, which essentially was some slides, a pair of old boxers, and a T-shirt they found on the floor in the morning.
I was going to say, people got more dressed up to go fishing. I mean, it was unbelievable, some of the outfits we saw. So for you to go there, I take great offense to that. But anyway, Miller and Moulton. So what did we decide on for the poll question?
We decided with what's your favorite nut? And ironically, pistachio is the only actual nut on the list because cashews, peanuts, and almonds, who are the other three choices, are technically not nuts. But as many pointed out in the Twitch chat room, when you go to the grocery store and it says nuts, that's where they all are.
So you mean to tell me all these years, Almond Joy has been lying in their advertising? Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. And now you're telling me an almond is not a nut? Mark,
Right.
Almond Joy's got nuts. Mounds don't. Okay? If Barry Manilow put a jingle to it, it's real. I don't know if Barry did that jingle or not, but
But there's a 50% chance that he did.
Right. I mean, come on now. So an almond's not a nut, a cashew's not a nut, and wait for it, peanut is not a nut.
Don't know what to tell you. Little bit of information today that you did not need, but you were able to gather on Miller and Moulton.
Well, I'm breaking all the rules then. I voted for a non-nut as my favorite nut. We were going to do which owner is the nuttiest owner. I just thought Jerry Jones would win in a runaway.
And I would have voted for Jim Irsay because I think he's more nuts than Jerry. And people probably don't know and wouldn't maybe think of it, but James Dolan might be nuttier than both of them.
Yes, he might be. But, if you're not an NFL owner, are you important enough to make the survey? Hey, quick sidebar about owners. Did you hear the news late last week? So your guy, Ishbia, the walk-on at Michigan State who bought the Phoenix Suns.
Right.
$4 billion, by the way, for the Suns and the Mercury. I don't know. Seemed like an overpay to me. But, what do I know? I haven't been invited to the Billionaires Club in a while. So he's got a brother who's got just as much money as him. And when the Pohlad family put the team up for sale, apparently he's like, yeah, I want it. And he was the front runner. Did you see what he did late last week?
Shifted teams, didn't he?
He said, you know what? Upon further review, I don't want the Twins. I got a minority stake in the White Sox. I'm going to buy up all the minority owners of the White Sox. And even though Reinsdorf had to release a statement saying, there's no succession plan in place and, we're not agreeing that he's going to own the team when, I die. Yeah, he's going to end up owning the White Sox. Now, he's a Chicago guy. So, at the end of the day, he chose the White Sox over the Twins. But now people are curious as to who's going to buy the Twins. Estimated price tag, by the way, about 1.8.
So the Twins are worth a little less than half of the Suns.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the Twins are worth more than that, but
I do too.
yep. But anyway, so that was big. That was big ownership news there.
You know what
Now-
that is, David? That's flat out nuts.
Racing like you've never seen before. From Jeeps that bog down to the outlaw who will defend his title. At the final race of the season, we're going Swamp Buggy Racing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the Bud Cup Finals for the World Championship. Tickets including VIP tour and kids prices are available at swampbuggy.com. Don't miss the season final. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park off exit 101 in Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Michael, the macadamia nut is a nut.
I have no idea what you're talking about, the Gronk story. Coming out of retirement. He'll be 36 in May. Ambient.
I don't know how Hubert Davis got an extension.
It only came out like yesterday. Apparently, they did the extension in December. Didn't tell anybody.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question: what's your favorite nut? It's National Pistachio Day. What's your favorite nut? And in true Miller and Moulton form, 3 of the 4 choices are technically not nuts. They're just commonly known as nuts, commonly accepted as nuts, commonly sold in stores in the nut aisle, but not nuts. Miller and
Pistachio,
Moulton,
the
nuts.
only true nut on the list. But
Right.
cashew in the lead right now. Pistachio second, peanuts and almonds tied. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote.
Can we do some quick hitting around the sports world stuff here? You ready?
No, we can't, David. We have to talk about Luka. We're obligated to talk Lakers and LeBron.
Listen, as you pointed out, we are a minute and 39. We're an hour and 39 minutes into our show. We've talked Luka, LeBron, and the Lakers for 34 seconds.
Exactly.
All right. We are giving you the exact opposite of what you're going to get everywhere else.
For the rest of the day.
For the record, Luka did say, thank goodness this game's over with. I was a wreck all day. And have to admit, I mean, he didn't want to get traded. He's obviously warming up to LA. Life here can be pretty good, blah, blah, blah. You know, in fact, I lost $150 million with the trade. I'll deal with that some other time. But, I mean, you could see where that was probably difficult for him yesterday, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Emotional, you know, took the team to the finals just last year, 2 years earlier, took them to the conference finals. You know, I did not realize this, and I don't think this got played up enough. His first game as a Laker, did you see that Dirk went to the game?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I missed that entirely. What a classy move by Dirk. He said, yeah, I know it was awkward for me. He goes, because I don't like the Lakers at all. He goes, but I'm friends with Luka. I wanted to support my friend. Wow. That's pretty classy.
It is. No doubt. 100% agree with you.
And only just makes the Mavs GM and ownership get more grief. The guy with the statue out front sitting in the stands supporting the guy you just traded. All right. So very quickly, like, are you going to be interested in a playoff series in the Eastern Conference before Cavs and Celtics? Like, in the second round, if it's Knicks Celtics, is that going to interest you? If it's Milwaukee, who no guarantee Milwaukee gets out of the first round, they're going to play Indiana. But let's just say Milwaukee gets by Indiana. Will Milwaukee, Cleveland in the second round interest you?
I mean, probably not.
So you don't think Milwaukee can beat Cleveland?
I
Giannis,
don't.
Dame, you don't think, in a playoff series? Okay.
I think, if the Knicks can beat one of the 3 teams that they're 0-7 against, and I don't have a Knicks schedule in front of me, I don't know how many more times they play Cleveland and or Boston. My guess is they're probably done with OKC. But they're 0-7 against those 3 teams. Could the Knicks beat one of those teams? before the playoffs start so I can at least feel like they could perhaps get an early game and make it a series against the Celtics? Because right now, I don't see any reason to watch before the Eastern Conference Finals, and Cleveland would have to do something to keep me in that series, because when Cleveland's played Boston and it's mattered, Boston wins.
For the record, Knicks have 2 games left with the Cavs, 1 with the Celtics. They're all very late in the regular season.
Good. Let's hope they get a couple of them.
They're all like 5 and 6 weeks from now in April. But
But
yeah,
the one thing, you know, all right, I'm going to admit this here. I did something yesterday that I really hadn't done a lot of before, and maybe ever. But yesterday I was listening to NBA radio.
yes! Yes! All right! All right!
Not going to lie, over the weekend or on Friday, I know for a fact I tuned into MLB radio too.
Oh, yeah! All right!
But they were
19 years.
talking about Karl Anthony Towns and just how bad he is defensively.
It's not good.
No, I mean, this is, you know, from the metrics and the analytics, he is literally maybe the worst defensive player at his position in the league.
Well, that's good because Jalen Brunson can't guard anybody either.
Right. So when push comes to shove and Cat can't guard anybody and the Knicks don't really have a ton of help for him defensively because they got rid of their big man. They lost the one big man they had last year. So
and Mitchell Robinson's still hurt. Okay. Unlike Cat on Minnesota was okay because they had Gobert. All right. But first off, Cat was the only guy who couldn't defend in Minnesota. Knicks have 2. They got Brunson and Cat. And they don't have a rim protector because Mitchell Robinson's been out all year with
and they're expecting him to come back and pick up midseason form, which is a really tough ask.
Yes, but he's definitely needed because they're terrible defensively. And
So
as Mark's point, they're 37-13 against the league, 0-7 against the 3 best teams in the league, Oklahoma City, Cleveland, and Boston.
So while I find the Knicks to be a fun team to watch, they play hard, they're entertaining. Defensively, they don't seem to be good enough against good teams.
Okay. And for the record, the Knicks are the Green Bay Packers. And who'd the Packers lose to last year?
Yes.
To the Lions, to the Vikings, to the Eagles. The Knicks are the Packers. Okay. In the West, anybody going to beat Oklahoma? I mean, Oklahoma City has a 9-game lead in the West. I mean, they're clearly the best team in the regular season. You got one team to beat Oklahoma City. Is there anybody playing a series out west that interests you right now? Or are you basically the NBA Eastern Conference Finals is probably when you're going to start tuning into the NBA?
No, I think, look, if the West starts too late for my old butt to watch a lot of games that are going to be starting at 10 o'clock at night, but the West is more intriguing to me because of how the matchups may work out and what happens, because the Lakers can win a series. You know, Memphis is an interesting team with what they have.
Well, this is where, to me, it's interesting. Like right now, the Lakers are in the 4-5. Like I think the Lakers, first off, Houston's younger than them and more athletic. Lakers don't want to chase around a young athletic team. And then Oklahoma City's that and bigger. So I think the Lakers where they are is bad. But if the Lakers could possibly get in the 2-3 series and get Memphis in the second round, I think the Lakers would love to have to go through Memphis to get to the conference finals and let OKC and Denver play in the second round.
I got you. And while I get your point on Houston being young and athletic, Lakers have a bigger problem with teams that have bigs. They can't defend big. So I think they could, I don't think Houston's as big as like Denver and some of the other teams in the West. So the West intrigues me, David. That's all I will say.
So for the record, won't pay attention to the East until, unless the Knicks can win a regular season game against the 3 best teams in the league, You're not going to pay attention to the East until it's Celtics and Cavs. And the West will garner some of your attention probably beginning in the second round?
Yeah. I mean, if AD's back and they're playing OKC in the first round, I'm interested.
Okay. All right. Now, hockey. See, this is a real dilemma for the league. Because obviously the league would love for the Rangers to grab the final playoff spot. I mean, they would. The Rangers are 2 points out of the final playoff spot. Here's the two teams they have to leapfrog. Now, the Rangers, the league would also take Boston. They'd have no problem if Boston grabbed the final playoff spot. But quite frankly, if given a choice, they'd choose the Rangers. Mark, the two teams the Rangers have to leapfrog, okay, to make the playoffs, Ottawa and Columbus. Well, Ottawa hasn't made the playoffs this decade. I think it's 7 years in a row? I mean, that was the thing for those of you that watched the whole, hockey tournament last week, was that the one Tkachuk brother, he's never played in a playoff game. Brady Tkachuk's never played in a playoff game. He plays for the Ottawa Senators. And don't know when he's going to play in a playoff game. But then you got the Columbus story. And for those of you that haven't paid attention, Johnny Gaudreau killed in the offseason along with his brother while the night before his sister was going to be married by the drunk driver. Johnny Gaudreau played for the Columbus Blue Jackets. And they were not supposed to be a playoff team this year. And if the playoffs started today, the Columbus Blue Jackets would be in the playoffs. A franchise, Mark, that's only made the playoffs a few times. They've only won one playoff series in their entire history. It would be the best story in hockey, quite frankly, for the Columbus Blue Jackets to make the playoffs. It really would. You would think that the hockey gods have literally reached down, touched a franchise, and said, you guys deserve this. This community deserves this. Bunch of 13 jerseys for at least 2 home games in the crowd. The Gaudreau family even deserves this. They're 2 points ahead of the Rangers. The league is like, yeah, I'll take Ovechkin against the Rangers in the first round. Thank you. You know who's going to watch the Washington-Columbus first-round series? As opposed to the Caps as the 1 seed. And here are the Rangers. And they hate each other, by the way. I mean, it's not, number 1 hatred, but it's top 3 hatred.
There's a little history of the hatred between the two teams.
Play a lot in the playoffs over the last 35 years. A lot of series against each other. Yep.
But there is no doubt that the league, and particularly ESPN or TNT,
right,
is desperately hoping for the New York Rangers to make the playoffs.
Or the Bruins. They're tied in the point. Rangers have played 1 less game. They're desperately hoping for Rangers or Bruins to be the 8th seed. Or second wild card is now what they call it.
And if they really had their druthers, they would want both Boston and New York to make the playoffs and the New Jersey Devils to go on a free fall and not make them.
But right now they have your Wings, original 6, hockey town, haven't made the playoffs in half dozen years? Something like that?
Dylan Larkin, their captain, only played in the playoffs his rookie season. He's never played in them since.
So right now the league's like, listen, we got Detroit in. That'd be awesome. If we could get Boston or the Rangers as the other wild card, this would be fantastic. But the 2 great stories are Ottawa, and the best story is Columbus.
Without a doubt. And Columbus and Detroit play a home-and-home this weekend, with the second game on Saturday being at the Horseshoe, the outdoor stadium series. Columbus playing at the Shoe. It looks pretty cool, David.
I hope it's great.
I hope it is too. Detroit's not a tough team, so don't expect any fights, but hope there's some physicality in the outdoor game a little bit.
Oh, come on. You got to get one. You got to, come on.
Good luck.
I know. But meanwhile, there could be a lot of hockey series that could be awesome. I mean, the way the NHL playoffs are looking, it could be dynamic. But I just quickly wanted to go through the association there. And I mean, Mark, I'm a Knicks fan. They got nothing for the Cavs and the Celtics.
Nothing.
They're the Packers, man. They're a good team. Win a lot of games.
Play hard. Fun to watch.
Just not against these really good ones.
Right. Not good enough. And that's what's frustrating if you're a Knicks fan, because you can't question their effort.
No.
They're a talented team, but yet they're clearly not good enough to beat the best in the NBA.
They're the fourth best team in the league. I'm absolutely convinced of that. They are the fourth best team in the league. Which doesn't get you to the conference finals when two of the three are in your conference.
Miller and Moulton, the 8 o'clock hour upcoming. Kyle Sielaff, we'll talk a little Marlins with him, and then Seth Everett. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, do you want Lightning Panthers in the first round, or do you want? 'Cause that's the thing. Too. Poor Toronto. God, in theory, if one of them wins the division at Toronto's expense, Toronto's got to go through Florida just to get to the conference finals.
No, I'd take Toronto and Tampa first round.
Which would be, by the way, then Panthers Wings right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're first wild card and they would be the second best division champion.
Right.
You know how you could see a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really torn, and I mean this sincerely, because I have great fondness for the Rangers, but the Rangers can't, even with their goalie when he gets hot. I don't know that the Rangers can go on a deep run with this team, but I would like to see him play the Caps. And so would the NHL. Yeah, he was a good acquisition because it was not just a this year acquisition. They'll move on from Kreider after this year if they don't move on from him by next week. Although I don't know how they can next week. Sonny, unless the Rangers make a major deal, I mean, they've got guys they can unload Lindgren and save $4 million. You know, they can unload Kreider and save like $8 million. But unless the Rangers make a major deal moving some money, I don't know that they can afford Sam Bennett, even with the cap going up as big as it's going up. I don't think I thought Fox got better as the tournament went on. You know, Kreider had one good game. Trocheck, I thought, was inconsistent. Apparently broke a finger during it. Mika played okay. He's played better since they acquired JT. So
All set.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
halfway home in the 239 and the 904 on Miller and Moulton. It is the final hour of the show in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. It's National Pistachio Day. So we ask you, what's your favorite nut? And as it turns out, technically, pistachio is the only nut on the list. Cashew, peanut, walnut, none of them apparently are nuts. But we put them on the list anyway. Vote accordingly. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. It's our chance to offer congratulations. The announcement was a little while ago, but you know how slowly we move on Miller and Moulton. Congratulations to the new television voice of the Miami Marlins, Kyle Sielaff. Kyle, it's David and Mark. A late congratulations. How are you?
Thank you, gentlemen. It's great to chat with you, and I'm doing very, very well. Thank you for asking.
Now, listen, talking to a couple of guys who, you know, have done TV before, but have done radio for longer. The big tough question, Kyle, is the wardrobe. I mean, do you have the wardrobe? We know you have the skill. Do you have the wardrobe to make this jump?
Well, I will say this. I think I'm going to look pretty sharp. The issue that I have is I think the state is going to put a lien on my home, my property, and all my belongings after I visited a Bloomingdale's last month. I'm in a big, big bind, but I think I'm going to look really good if I can get through this next step with the state, gentlemen.
Perfect. Good to know. All right. Well, how are the Marlins going to look? It was just a couple of years ago that they made the playoffs. They won all those one-run games. We talked about that last year. Obviously not the same season. So as you look ahead to the 2025 year, how are the Marlins looking?
Yeah, it's a good question, guys. It really, really is. And I don't know, but here's what I would say. I'm a fan of baseball. I love watching young kids play, and that's what you're going to get an opportunity to watch this year. And obviously, look, I mean, you'd be a real dummy if you didn't follow all the stuff out there and say that this is a 100-win team. And I totally understand that. And I know that there will probably be some growing pains this year, but I'll tell you what, it's almost like I told somebody yesterday, I swear they had a team meeting and they all got on the same page. Every one of these young men that I've talked to, and even they've said this publicly, they're like, we just want to prove some people wrong. Nobody is giving us a chance in regard to, being competitive in the slightest. So I think they're very determined to show people that, hey, we are really young, but we're actually going to be feisty and we're going to be good. And we're going to show people that this is a fun brand of baseball to watch. Now, how many wins and losses that adds up to, I don't know, but I'm excited to watch these guys this year.
Well, Kyle, what I do think has been forgotten about the Marlins is that if their pitching had stayed healthy last year, that on paper, the Miami Marlins at this time a year ago had one of the 5 best rotations in baseball. And then the entire rotation ended up on the injured list. How healthy are these pitchers? Because, listen, we all know you want to surprisingly, overachieve, go out and pitch. That'll win you some games.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's February, 26th? They're really healthy right now, and I can only hope that it stays that way. But I will say this to your point about the pitching. They're going to pitch their tails off. They have guys with some of the best stuff in baseball, and they've got Sandy Alcantara returning 2 years removed from a National League Cy Young Award. Ryan Weathers, who was on his way to an All-Star game last year until he got banged up with a fluke injury. Edward Cabrera, who many think is the biggest wild card in baseball. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know. But then Max Meyer has added a little bit to his repertoire. He was a top 10 pick a few years ago. And then we'll see what happens, after that. But goodness gracious, I mean, these guys are going to pitch, and I think that's what's exciting. And it's crazy to think, too. And, you can get caught up with saying, oh, just a bunch of kids. These are literally a bunch of kids. Up until a week and a half ago, they only had one guy on the roster that was 30 years old, and that was Anthony Bender, and he had just turned 30. So, I mean, they are very, very youthful. There is a huge youth movement going on here, and I'm excited to watch him.
Talk to me about Ryan Weathers. You mentioned last year he was on his way to an All-Star game. As I was kind of reading up, getting ready for you today, I noticed he wasn't very good at home. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. He was great on the road a year ago. Just how healthy is he, and is he ready for that breakout season this year?
He's really, really healthy. He's cut 25 pounds. He went on this full-blown carnivore diet this offseason. He got his body right. I mean, the kid looks unbelievable. I mean, he was, too. He was headed towards an all-star appearance last year, so he tried to catch a comebacker with Christian Yelich stealing home in Miami last year, and the ball nicked off his finger, and it messed everything up for him. So I think Ryan Weathers is a genuine all-star pitcher. I think he's got that type of talent, and I think when you surround him in a rotation with Sandy Alcantara, and oh, by the way, don't forget, Yuri Perez is scheduled to come back this summer. So as it pertains to Weathers, though, He is some good. I mean, the kid looks great.
Talking with the new television voice of the Miami Marlins, Kyle Sielaff. You can follow Kyle on X, Kyle_Sielaff, Sielaff. So, what feedback have you gotten from Marlins fans? Because I would expect that they're honked off. 2 years ago, the taste. Last year, on the field, everything imploded. And coming off it now, management has decided we're going to tear it down a little more. We're going to retool to potentially be better than just a sneak into the playoffs team. But it's going to be a multi-year process here. I would guess that Marlins fan is annoyed by this again. What have they said to you?
Yeah, and I wouldn't say it's anything that I've heard directly. Maybe a few DMs and some folks that I've had an opportunity to chat with over the years. But look, of course, this has been 2+ decades of the fan base feeling like whenever you smell a little bit of success, it gets burnt to the ground. And I understand that. As a fan, I sympathize with that. And I understand, where they're coming from with that, because they just want to see a winner. As fans, we all just want to see a winner. And I say this, guys, and I understand where this is coming from. I truly believe that they're doing this the right way. And I believe at this juncture, where the organization is at and the way in which they want to compete, this is the only way to do it. The big thing that I would say, and I know, again, I'm very cautious when I say the following, because I know it's not well received by the fans. The organization severely lacked the infrastructure and the proper people in place, just in manpower alone, and the technology to put these guys in a position to succeed. They have spent millions upon millions of dollars over the last 2 years to give the organization essentially a fighting chance to be competitive with the rest of baseball. To me, that is really exciting. To a fan, they don't give a crap because they just want to see a winner. And that's where I totally understand that. But I believe they are truly, and I mean that, doing this the right way to give these guys a chance to have sustained success down the road.
All right. The Marlins struggled really offensively for the past couple of years. I don't see it being a whole lot different, but give me a couple of guys as this young team grows that you're looking for to develop offensively and start providing some runs for this team.
Well, I would start with the left side of the infield. I think in a couple of years, it's going to be one of the best left sides of the infield in baseball, and that's going to be Xavier Edwards and Connor Norby. Xavier Edwards was unbelievable last year. He was one of the better players in baseball offensively, given his skill set. And Connor Norby came over in that deal for Trevor Rogers with the Baltimore Orioles. And this kid is hungry. He is a boatload of fun to watch. And look, that's on the major league roster right now. Of course, you've got Jesus Sanchez and others. Dane Myers is still very intriguing of a player to me. And there's a lot of young kids coming up right now through the minor league system. I think all but one or two guys in the top 10 have been traded for in the prospect farm system in the last year. So 8 of the 10 guys are legitimately knocking on the doorstep, and they're legitimate prospects and guys that could make an impact in the major league, something the Marlins haven't had in a while. That excites me. But if you're asking me about players alone, position player-wise on the roster right now, I would look immediately at the left side of the infield with Connor Norby and Xavier Edwards.
Kyle Sielaff, the new television voice of the Miami Marlins. He and Tommy Hutton will be doing some spring training games. Okay, follow Kyle on X at Kyle_Sielaff, Sielaff. Hey, we appreciate you still taking our calls. We're going to keep bothering you every 3-4 weeks if that's okay. But have a great spring, and we'll talk again before opening day.
All right, guys, I hate to run, but I got to go start that second job to pay for this wardrobe, so I'll chat with you soon, anytime.
Kyle Sielaff, kind enough to join us once again. Good for him. All right, getting the promotion. So
63.5. That's the over-under number for the Miami Marlins.
So will they go 64 and 98 or worse?
Tough division.
Yeah. The Nats are probably a year away from contending for a playoff spot. All right, they're not spending yet. They've got the money to spend. They're waiting until they think they can buy themselves into the wild card. So the Nats are a year away. But we know about the top three in the division. Don't you have to go under? Don't they have to?
I think you have to go under. They have very little offensive production, and you're counting on a lot from a bunch of pitchers who are coming back from injuries. And the other side of it is while their bullpen's decent, most of the things I read, David, and I don't know if you read differently, but that's where they would move guys. They're not going to move starters. They're not going to move position players, but some of these good bullpen arms, they probably will move halfway through the season to try to build up more offensively.
Well, and I think they could move Alcantara too before they have to start paying him the really big money. If he proves himself, comes back first half of the year and looks like a number 1-2 starter again, I'd say they move him as well, which contributes to the under. Listen, this Peter Bendix guy, he has acquired a lot. Okay, some people have questioned, has he acquired enough top shelf young talent? He's acquired a lot of depth. How much of it is going to be great?
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, Sonny, I don't know about that. How many times have the Dodgers won a 162 game season World Series in the last 35 years? Once. When's the last time the Mets won a World Series? 86. When's the last time the Yankees won a World Series? 09.
Oh, that's in way early. I'm like, what's he doing there?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Seth Everett to join us in a little more than 15 minutes time on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We just did a Marlins segment, and I know many of you are like, I don't like the Marlins. They're going to suck. Probably. But, you know, we're trying to give you a baseball feel. 4 weeks tomorrow is when the season starts. So, you know, trying to touch on as many teams as we can between now and opening day. And besides, as Mark said, maybe the most interesting thing about the Marlins is 63.5. They're over under. You know, which way are you going? I think they're a 100-loss team until proven otherwise. So
tough to do that first year on TV.
Yep. And as we've said, and we may be wrong, goodness knows, but we think there's more pressure on the announcers when the team is bad. I mean, when the team's winning,
it's easy.
Who doesn't sound good?
I was lucky as a broadcaster. In all my years of doing minor league hockey, I only worked for one team that didn't make the playoffs. One season of doing like 14 seasons of minor league hockey. It's a lot harder. And hockey's fast enough that the game's always going on. But those in between period, pregame, postgame, when February comes and you know you're not going to make the postseason, it gets difficult. And for Kyle Sielaff, he knows the fate of the Marlins before the season starts. They're not going anywhere.
No. And here is really the question. And if I'm a Marlins fan, and we're not going to spend much more time on this, but if I'm a Marlins fan, if I could have 10 seconds with Bruce Sherman, the principal owner who lives in Naples, I would say, listen, if I'm on board with everything that you guys are doing and the change in direction that you made in the last 18 months, if all these young players are pretty good or better, are you going to pay to keep them? Because that's the question. I mean, Mark, you know, you married into a Pittsburgh sports fandom household. Okay. Now, I could argue the Pirates have playoff pitching. The Pirates will not spend the money to get the two bats that they need to make the playoffs.
Which is foolish for this reason. In Pittsburgh, if any of the Pittsburgh teams are winning, they're selling a lot of tickets. See, I don't know, David, to your question to the Marlins owner, if it's worth for him to pay to keep the players, because I don't know if they can be a profitable franchise spending the money that they would need to spend to keep all of their players. Like, I don't know if the Marlins had back-to-back, if the Marlins had the Rays record of the last 8 years, would they draw any better?
You would like to think.
I know you'd like to think, but I've lived here for nearly 30 years.
Okay.
They've never drawn fans. Never.
Correct. Now, in fairness to them, 03, 04, 05, I think, was the only 3-year period, and maybe one of those years they were a game below 500. But 03, 04, 05 was the only time, I think, in which they put, 3 or more winning seasons together. Though after that, they had like 2017 where they won 89 games and would have made the playoffs if we had the current playoff structure, but didn't make the playoffs then. And then they sold off Stanton and, Yelich and what have you. But let me ask you this. If the Marlins had an 8-year run similar to the Rays last 8 years, do you think they would be drawing more than the Rays have been drawing?
I don't know. I
That's
truly don't know, David.
and that's a
like
bad
you said,
answer.
I would like to think so, but if just taking those two franchises, and I think that's the best way to approach this because they're very similar. Those really good Rays teams, over playoff teams, consistently over 500 teams, they didn't have any star power. And in Miami, without star power, you don't draw. So I don't know.
Because that, to me, hopefully one day, Mark, we can get the answer to that question. Hopefully one day they put a run together like the Rays. Now, the Rays run goes all the way back to 2008. I mean, last year was the first losing season in a while. And I think in the last 16 seasons, they've only had 3 below 500. And we all know they made the playoffs a handful of times, gone to 2 World Series, et cetera. What are they? 4th most wins in baseball over the last 15 years?
Yes.
Tampa Bay Rays?
Yes.
I would like to think, Mark, 4 years ago, when we were doing a show, and we would ask the hypothetical question of which franchises could relocate tomorrow and the community wouldn't miss it all. And the Florida Panthers were top 3.
That was always my answer.
In North American sports, they were top 3. By the way, I would say the answer right now is Charlotte in the NBA. I actually think that's the franchise that could relocate yesterday and what have you. But I could be wrong. But, how close are the Marlins now?
They're close
to that.
They're
list.
on the list, David.
Now, I know they've got a lease. They can't go anywhere for 20 plus more years.
And baseball would never want them to go anywhere. They want Miami to work. They want Miami to work more than they want Tampa to work.
Yes. Certainly Bud Selig did. He wrestled with as many people as it took to make sure that Sampson and company got their stadium.
But the Marlins are spending this year, as of right now, their payroll is $47 million.
There's talk, by the way, the union's going to file an injunction against them and force the Marlins to spend to some sort of minimum, because what other teams are supporting the union in doing is they're the Mets especially and Dodgers are like, well, wait a minute. If they're revenue sharing, you're supposed to spend it on players. They're not supposed to take the money, put it in their pocket. What are we doing here?
And there are several in the Twitch chat room saying Miami can work. Look at the World Baseball Classic. How long's that franchise been there, David?
1993.
Guys, you've had long enough. You've had long enough to prove whether or not you can work.
Now,
when the D train pitched, you showed up. That's about it.
Now, you went to the 03 World Series, didn't you?
Right.
They were filling a football stadium.
They were. It was the World Series. That is not an indicator of how you draw for 81 games. It's not.
So that would be my question to Bruce Sherman, if he'd ever agree to come on the show. I would just say, listen, are you guys in a position where if your grand plan here, in which it's going to take you about 3 years to get to where you want to get, but if all of a sudden, all these guys that Peter Bendix has acquired, if they get good, can you keep them? Or is this going to be a constant, and if not, then you got to do the Rays Guardians Act. And that's a fine line to walk. And you've been unable to walk it successfully. Seth Everett's next.
Racing like you've never seen before. From Jeeps that bog down to the outlaw who will defend his title. At the final race of the season, we're going Swamp Buggy Racing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the Bud Cup Finals for the World Championship. Tickets including VIP tour and kids prices are available at swampbuggy.com. Don't miss the season final. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park off exit 101 in Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hi, Seth.
Hi there, guys.
How are you?
Good. Fun day planned.
Fun day planned?
No, I'm seeing an old high school buddy.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we're going to meet up for lunch. Just a little added twist. And I have a sports triple header today.
Let's see. That means Arsenal plays early.
Arsenal at 2:30.
And then the Devils and Syracuse play today.
Syracuse at 7 in a pivotal game with NC State. The winner pretty much locks in the 15 seed at the ACC tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just said that out loud. And then the Devils play at Colorado late. So, yeah, in the meantime, and in between each game, I'll put together Hall of Justice. Hi, David.
Hi, Seth. I'm completing PT paperwork.
Gotcha.
So that's what I've been
The
doing.
Athletic has a new article where they polled agents in the NHL, which is the best run franchise in the league. Tampa Bay got 8, Florida and Vegas got 5, Dallas got 4, according to agents.
Huh. That's an interesting
Winnipeg, Minnesota, the Islanders, and Toronto also received 1 vote each.
Interesting.
Most poorly run franchise, Buffalo.
Wow.
according
That's the dad of the tennis star.
Mm-hmm. And owner of the Sabres or of the Bills too.
Bills, yeah.
I think star is a little overstatement.
She's top 6.
She's the top 10 player in the world. She's made 1 Grand Slam semi.
You're top 10 player in the world. You're a superstar.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
No, you're not a superstar. Not a superstar. No, Messi is a superstar.
Fine.
Okay.
All right, we're at semantics.
The other thing, but think about her American peers. Even, I mean, how many of them have
better than her? No.
She is ranked better than them, but they've all had multiple majors. You know, I mean, unfortunately she does not win the big matches.
In that show Breakpoint, they did a whole thing on what happens to her social media when she loses. Like she loses in a quarterfinal, and they they call her the rich girl, and
oh yeah,
your daddy can't buy you a championship. Like, it's so cruel.
Yep.
That I root for her so much.
Totally, and I root for the fact that she has a good, solid all-around game. She doesn't necessarily have the one powerful shot, and she's a grinder and a lifer, and I'd love for her to get that one moment.
When she plays in the U.S. Open, I try to make sure I go. That how I go like 2 or 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
I try to line up. I see her. I'd love to get her on Sports. God dang. I might get a Chloe Kim. I just got an email.
Okay.
I do Chloe Kim. I could have fun with that.
Sure.
It was either Chloe Kim or Alex Morgan. I asked for Alex Morgan, and they said she's having a baby. Can it wait?
That is true.
I was like, listen, Sports with Friends waits for no baby.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Kyle Sielaff joined us earlier this hour. It's that day and time where our buddy Seth Everett joins us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Seth, 2 great podcasts, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Well, we're good. We got a couple of things that are up our alley.
Okay.
To talk about. So we ended up doing 9.4 million for USA Canada, and that was on ESPN. That wasn't even being given ABC slot.
Yep.
That was 2 million more than watched Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final on ABC last year between the Panthers and the Oilers. Is there anything that the NHL can do with this, or no?
Not really. What I find, it's been trending a lot on social media. Is TikTok a barometer? I think so. One of the things that's trending on TikTok are all these new people going, "Where has hockey been all my life?" And there's been it's like a hashtag or something. And I've seen a bunch of it. People just saying, "Wow, this sport's really fun." And it's funny. I listened to a podcast, Sean McDonough, who called the championship. He just said that the bottom line for this is they have to showcase this sport any chance they get, because the people who get exposed to it for whatever reason wind up liking it. And it's always been my attitude about hockey. During my 26 years covering baseball, I was always a big hockey fan, and I never tried to push hockey on anyone. And I usually feel about hockey the same way I feel about Prince. I used to say, go see him once. Go see him. and then look me in the eye and tell me he's terrible. I'll never ask you again. And I say that about hockey all the time. Go check out a game, look me in the eye and say, this is garbage. This sucks. No one ever does it.
No, they don't, Seth. And you're right. As someone who worked in hockey for a lot of years, and that's where my passion in sports is, I kind of quit fighting the fight. I mean, after a while, they either like it or they don't. And what the Four Nations did was expose a lot of new people for a lot of different reasons. The booing of the anthem in NHL games in Canada before the tournament helped the tournament. There's just no two ways about it. It brought people in. They were talking about it on Fox News, for crying out loud.
You can't say politics are not part of sports. They always are.
They always are. But what is the NHL? How could, because I get when the playoffs start that people will get fired up again and they'll get some exposure, and hopefully some of these fans that watch the Four Nations will experience playoff hockey. But how can they in any way keep the momentum from now until when the first round begins?
Well, what I hope is that people continue to keep the rhetoric going, that it shows up on sports radio and it shows up on, like you said, Fox News. I think that the playoff push is a lot of fun in hockey. Competitive balance is the best. It's the best competitive balance of any sport. And you have these matchups where teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail to get a playoff spot. Good for them. I think this is great, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. I did think that the NHL is very conscious of what you're saying, because they scheduled that championship game on a Thursday, and they played 16 games on that Saturday.
Yeah, which I have to admit was, for some of those guys, it was a hell of a turnaround.
But if you listen to some of the players, they said that the Four Nations was so fast that to them, the game feels slower and they feel faster. And if you notice, I look, I'm a Devils fan. I watched the Devils first game back on that Saturday. Jack Hughes scored 2 goals. Guy was buzzing around the ice.
Would have been nice if he'd have maybe scored one in the Four Nations tournament.
We could have used it.
Really could have.
We could have used it. Okay. Second line center needed some production from him.
None.
Okay.
We did a whole podcast on this, and we were talking about how ESPN and TNT glommed onto Matthew and Brady Tkachuk. Like instantly, like, oh my God, we have somebody we can talk to. Oh my goodness. And they were on every intermission. They were on every pregame show. They were on everything. And I said, if Quinn Hugh plays, Quinn and Jack are doing all those.
Well, they better, yes, if he had played. And that was a big if. The other subject matter that we have talked about for a long time, you said at least 18 months ago, maybe 2 years ago, you said ESPN's going to opt out of their deal with Major League Baseball. Seth, here's the irony. Okay. Baseball opted out technically before ESPN. All right. At least publicly. Okay. But ESPN is now saying, listen, we'd still like to do business with you.
Just not for $550 million.
And Major League Baseball is, as of now, telling ESPN they can drop dead.
Well, the way I understand it, and I'm doing a podcast on this next week with Eric Fisher from Front Office Sports, who covered this whole thing. So he has more definitive information than I do, is that ESPN announced internally to baseball the intention to drop them. And then Rob Manfred went scorched earth. And it's as dumb as any of the other dumb things that he's done during his tenure. Because, even when you're quitting a job, you don't rip your employer. It's just, there's no need for it. There's no satisfaction that Rob Manfred gets from ripping ESPN the way they did. And it's stupid. If I'm ESPN, I say, good luck. Go find another partner. Go find another partner that's willing to give you a quarter of the $550 million. And my issue, and I've always said this, and I'll use round numbers if you want, you talk about RSNs that are zilch. Baseball is producing their games, and they're losing ESPN money after this season. How are 15 of those teams surviving? Show me the numbers. Show me how the Marlins, the Diamondbacks, the Rockies, all these teams that are hurting for cash. You take this ESPN money, and Rob Manfred, who knows who he works for, the 30 teams, slaps his own teams in the face by ripping ESPN for what? A pound of flesh? What kind of a leader does that?
I think that explains a lot about you and I, David, because we've never been good enough at all of our life to leave jobs and not maybe want to rip the people that we worked for.
Right. I mean, remember when I left?
That was a really sobering commentary right there, Seth.
Here, you want a master class on how to do it? Jeff Wilpon, thank you for the opportunity.
That's Seth, who hates the Mets and would literally like to light them on fire as an organization, thanking the then owner of the Mets for the 1 year that he worked with them, and that he often describes as the worst year he's had in his career.
Life.
Right. Mm-hmm. Seth Everett, Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. You do know it's $18 million a team. I mean, that's what each team's losing by this ESPN deal. They're losing
but how are they replacing
bucks.
that? Okay, let's use the Marlins. You guys were talking about the Marlins. Let's just, for the sake of the argument, say they have $100 million in gross revenues. Let's say 60 of it was from their RSN. You take 60 of it, 14. You add 18 minus. They are operating on gross revenues of $28 million or $22 million. How are they functioning?
And that's why their payroll's $47 million to begin the season.
Right.
That's why
but it's not just the Marlins.
Payroll's $55 million.
Full of teams.
Right.
And what Rob Manfred needs to do is protect those teams. And he has this fantasy of getting all the rights, all the local rights in-house and all that stuff. You still need a partner, and you still need a distributor, and you still need to sell a crap load of ads to come close to the revenue that you have lost.
You don't think that Rob Manfred has had a conversation with an Amazon or a Google or an Apple in which he doesn't think he's going to get this money back?
I don't think they're paying. No one's paying $550 million a year for no way. Not unless you're giving up all the local rights.
Okay.
And in that case, what you're doing is you're not paying what ESPN was paying.
Right. What they did with Apple was a small number fraction. If you compare
Roku
what he
was $10 million.
Roku's a joke.
Yeah, but it was $10 million, and they have an exclusivity window.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's $10 million. Divide that by the 30 teams. They're not getting anything for that. It's peanuts.
Correct. Find the new partner that's going to replace that money and not ask for the RSN package, meaning Amazon wants all the local teams. So if you want to watch your Cleveland Guardians, you have to have a Prime subscription. If that's where Manfred wants to go, there's no way he makes up the 550. No way.
But don't you think that that's where they're obviously going to go? It will set isn't Amazon, Netflix, whoever, that monthly fee that was included in our cable bill. Won't we now just, hey, I got to watch my Tigers.
Yep.
Okay. If it's $19.99 a month on Netflix, guess what? I'm going to pay it.
Well, the one thing that baseball has that MLS didn't have is the MLB.TV. And so what they could do is just bring it all in-house and create that MLB app. That MLB app, for all my criticism of the on-field of baseball, that app is pretty remarkable. I mean, it's a masterclass in how to do streaming. And it works. The only problem is there's all these blackouts, and such like that. Lift all that, fix all that, and put all the teams on. So make it so that I can pay $200 a season and get all 162 Tampa Bay Ray games wherever I live, even if I live across the street from Steinbrenner Field. Do that. And then I think the fans will be satisfied with that. I think that'll be wonderful. That MLB app is remarkable.
Well, I'm led to believe before opening day, Major League Baseball is going to have a couple of significant announcements. I have to believe one of them involves the blackouts.
We'll see.
I have to believe
that would be great. That would be great. Those blackouts are so absurd. I've told the story in Las Vegas. You can't see 8 teams. You can't see all the California teams, the Mariners and the Rockies. You can't see them all in Vegas. You could be in Missoula, Montana, and I've done this. I was in Missoula, Montana. You are a day's drive from Seattle, Washington, and you can't see the Mariners.
How was Missoula?
It was great. I had Chinese food.
Of course. Of course you did. Yep.
General Tso's chicken.
Yep.
That's what he went with. And he is the guest this week on Sports with Friends.
Yes.
No, I'm just kidding. What do you have on Sports with Friends Hall of Justice, Seth? Go.
For Sports with Friends, Dan Rosen, who covers the NHL for NHL.com, he was in Montreal and Boston. We broke down that Four Nations thing, everything you want to know about that tournament. Dan Rosen was there. He broke it all down. It's a fantastic conversation.
Did Dan think like Steve Levy that this is a one-off, by the way, that the Four Nations is just a
well,
one-off?
what they're hoping is that the geopolitical situation changes and they can have a World Cup. They want a World Cup with a minimum of 8 teams. And my reaction was, are they going to take 3 weeks off? And he said, probably not, which I don't know how you do that, but we'll see how you pull it off. That's the plan, but that's all fluid. So the return of the Four Nations face-off will be based on the geopolitical scene at the time of that. All that they know is next year is in Torino, and great. That by the way, NBC should be thanking the NHL for doing this because the enthusiasm for international hockey is going to be remarkable.
5 or 6 hour time difference, though. They will not get the viewership that they think they're going to get off of this. Very quickly, Hall of Justice.
Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man is a new animated show that was originally supposed to be a Tom Holland prequel. They changed it, and it makes no sense.
Well, there you go.
Can you do me a favor for the rest of the year? All right. Can you, because you review a lot of things.
Sure.
Can you keep track of the thumbs up versus thumbs down reviews? Because it just seems in the last 6 months
a lot more thumbs
that
down.
there's 31 thumbs down and 2 thumbs ups.
Yeah, which one out of Siskel and Ebert was the normal thumbs down? You are a thumbs down guy more, and I like that. I'd rather
podcast is better when the thumbs are down.
Yeah, you're Ebert, by the way. Siskel was more thumbs up. You're Ebert.
Right on. Right on. You ever watch, if you can, go on YouTube and watch Siskel and Ebert's review of Purple Rain. It's tremendous.
Seth Everett joining us once again on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Seth, we appreciate your time and your insight. All the best to you and the fam. We'll do it again next week. The bonus hour of Miller and Moulton's next.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has the look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Breakfast sandwich? I think what I'm going to do next week, and I've not told Rick this, I'm just going to come in the morning and set everything up and leave. I just think that'll be easier for Rick.
Okay. Thank you.
I just don't see any other way to do it the right way. I don't know if there will be podcasts for those shows, because I can assure you I'm not coming back in the afternoon. You went to baseball. The only thing I was going to ask Seth, and I am curious, I think PK Subban is a budding media star. I would be pushing him out front at ESPN hard to do the radio interviews and all of those things. Because Biz isn't going to do it. I mean, it's a TNT, it's different. But I don't know how much national stuff Biz is going to do. He's got the Spit and Chicklets podcast. He's out there.
Mm-hmm.
And it is interesting, like my son said, Subban, who was dirty and would back away from every fight, now advocating to be tough. It is a interesting spot, he said.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this hump day as we get over it together. This is the one show that is not harping on Luka and his first ever game against the Mavericks last night for the Lakers. We are the one show in America that has hardly talked about it at all. And by hardly, I mean 43 seconds or less. Figuring that you're going to get that all day.
All day.
Everywhere else you turn.
I will bet everything that I have that the first segment of the show you listen to at 10 a.m. will be totally dedicated to the Lakers, Luka, and LeBron playing the Mavericks last night.
And so we figured we'd just let the national folks take care of it because, boy, are they going to. It's low-hanging fruit. There's not as much news coming out of the combine. It's a bad year for quarterbacks. The top two are not working out at the combine. At least last year, you ended up with 6 taken in the first round. 3 of the 6 worked out. Now, the top 3 didn't, but 3 of the 6 did. And so that's, that gives you meat on the bone for the combine. Also, the number 1 pass rusher, he ain't working out. I don't think Heisman Trophy guy there's working out. Is he? Hunter?
I don't believe so. And the running back from Boise, Genty.
He ain't working out either.
He's not working out.
Right.
And I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but we've had Pat on this show for 15 years. Pat has said the combine is about 2 things: the medicals and the interviews. Todd Bowles was talking yesterday about a defensive back and flat out said the tape tells you everything when it comes to D-backs. You watch the tape. Then we have the interviews to try to pair up if the guy on the tape mentally is as strong as what we need to play that position here.
But this is a 5-day media extravaganza, and you're not giving the media a ton of meat on the bone for them to talk about. You're also not making it easy on them. And Mark, what have we said for a long time?
We're lazy.
I mean, free food, free parking, and you got the media wrapped around your finger. You then throw in accessible, and there's nothing you can't get from the media. That's the big 3. You agree to do interviews, free food, free parking. Not a damn thing you can't get from the media if you hit those 3. Not a damn thing. You have to be involved in some really bad story to have the media turn on you, if that's what, and I'm being very serious here, okay? Bobby Bowden, it took a long time. I mean, in Florida, in Tallahassee, they were grumbling at the end of Bobby Bowden's regime, okay? But nationally, how much grief was Bobby Bowden getting nationally? Not much. Why? There was no one, maybe in the history of the sport, more accommodating to the media than Bobby Bowden. And that goes a long way in getting coverage.
David, you know this one as well. Also, Joe Paterno. Joe Paterno would have gotten it a lot harder with everything that happened there if he wouldn't have, his number was in the damn phone book.
For the longest time.
Joe Paterno wasn't hard to get an interview with. And as grumbly as he was reasonably gracious with the media.
And he was very gracious with the national media. That's another game that gets played. We used to call it back in the day, mic flag guy. The little, the microphone, and it's called a mic flag as to what station you represent. And there's many a big time athlete that if you're holding the ESPN mic flag, or back in the day, the CNN SI mic flag, or whatever the case may be, greatest guys in the world. You're representing Channel 28 out of Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. You need a subpoena to get that guy to stop and talk to you. By the way, WBRE, all right, NBC affiliate in Wilkes-Barre. Thank you very much to Channel 28. Just, want to give them their due.
I'm glad that you did.
Yeah, just being fair and all. George Brett, by the way, Reggie Jackson, George Brett, two of the biggest mic flag guys in the industry when it was during their day. You were national? Oh my goodness. They couldn't do enough for you if you were national. You were local? George Brett physically knocked me over to get by me. He didn't want to do the interview that badly. He literally had just done an interview. I was standing in the visitors' dugout corridor at Yankee Stadium. I'm patiently waiting for him to be done with the interview. We're 2 hours before first pitch. I mean, it's not like, he was rushed. And I waited my turn, and he could see me. He knew I was waiting my turn. Okay, but I got the Channel 22 mic flag in my hand. Scranton, Pennsylvania. No shot. None.
Well, you've told the story a few times on the air when it was the old Super Bowl media day, the players' day, that you could never get the quarterbacks. And what you did when you covered a lot of these, and we never covered media day, even when we went to Radio Row. David and I never went to media day because we got all of our interviews basically on the floor of Radio Row. But as you said, go find the long snapper.
Totally.
Go find a backup somewhere. Find somebody that might have something from a story standpoint that's sitting there alone, and they're glad to talk.
They had to be there for an hour. And for the most part, nobody come up and talk to over half the guys who were there. So my whole thing every year was, and now I only did it like 3 times, but I'd go talk to the guys and nobody would talk to. And we've talked about it, just like all hockey guys are great interviews. That was the first time, Mark, I found out offensive linemen were great interviews.
It's interesting that you say that hockey guys are great interviews. Hockey guys are very accessible. Hockey guys don't say no a lot. I don't know many great hockey interviews, and it is the one thing from the Four Nations. Matthew Tkachuk has now emerged as the American player. He's not the best American player, but he is certainly now going to be the most recognizable American hockey player for the foreseeable future because he didn't give the standard, the organization, let's go out and win one for the USA. He's talking about a group chat that we're going to go fight. He actually gave us something.
It is true. And we talked about this during the whole Four Nations where, the NBA star has no problem saying has no problem putting their name out there ahead of the team. Hell, in some cases, ahead of the league. You get a lot of grief in hockey if you put the back of the jersey ahead of the front of the jersey. And yet you could argue, Mark, that hockey needs to promote its stars and let the stars promote themselves a little bit better and not get grief back home, if you know what I mean.
it's funny, and I have not read it. There's an article that just came out in The Athletic where they polled the agents of best franchise, best owner, worst owner and teams to work with. And the Tampa Bay Lightning from the agents got the votes as the best owner and the best team to work for. But they asked the agents what was missing in the sport, and they all said marketing of the players. That they have to adopt a little more of what the NBA is doing for their best players.
Quick sidebar here. If you're hockey, you want to jump on this Ovechkin thing now? I mean, what's he, 12 away?
12 away. Had another one last night. And even though they lost 3-1, it was a 2-0 game. He scored the goal to make it 2-1. It wasn't a garbage goal, nothing like that. Put him back in the game on the power play, early third.
And for those that want to criticize him because he has a bunch of empty net goals, yeah, Gretzky had more, just for what it's worth. And I think Gretzky would go along with it. Don't you start a month-long marketing campaign? I mean, isn't this like a home run chase in baseball? I mean, people know who Wayne Gretzky is. Even if they didn't see him play, they know who Wayne Gretzky is. Don't you, if you're hockey right now, have to bring Gretzky and Ovechkin together and do a month-long thing in which this is your, Maguire Sosa? And I know it won't captivate the nation like this, but don't you have to say, we may never have this opportunity again? I mean, who's going to pass Ovechkin when he passes Crosby?
David, I don't know how it happens.
He's going to have over 900 goals when he's done. Hell, he could have 1,000 by the time he's done if he keeps this up.
And I think the NHL was caught a little off guard. You and I have been. When we talked about this before the year started, David. Neither of us thought that Ovechkin had a shot to do it this year, particularly the way he started this year. And then he got out, and then he got hurt.
Right.
And he comes off of the injury and is on a heater, playing for one of the best teams in the league.
Best team in the East, points-wise. Second best team in the league, points-wise.
So, yes, I think they do, and yes, I think Gretzky would go along with it.
I do, too. He does love the league. He'll do, he had after the whole Coyotes thing and he lost money and thought the league screwed him, it was about a 4-year period where Gretzky didn't do much for the league. But that's over with.
So I would be all for it, but it goes against what they do. Because what are they going to push? If you think we got to push the playoffs. We're bearing down on the playoffs, and we got to talk about, Edmonton, and we've got to talk about the Rangers in Boston. So it'll be interesting if they shift gears from the team aspect to the individual aspect.
And imagine the irony if they start promoting Ovechkin, a Russian, who they wouldn't allow play in the Four Nations tournament. And they could have, because it was an NHL event. But they decided to be nice and abide by the IIHF, who has kicked Russia out of international hockey for the time being. Miller and Moulton.
Racing like you've never seen before. From Jeeps that bog down to the outlaw who will defend his title. At the final race of the season, we're going Swamp Buggy Racing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the Bud Cup Finals for the World Championship. Tickets including VIP tour and kids prices are available at swampbuggy.com. Don't miss the season final. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park off exit 101 in Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239 427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton. Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. The bonus hour, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Broadcasting live from the Floormeisters studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. So, famously on our show, I guess it's got to be a dozen years ago now, but we did the, hey, if you won the Powerball, what league are you investing in? And you said MLS. And you couldn't have been more right. The values of franchises from when you answered that question to now, clearly and obviously you need billions and billions of dollars for NFL franchises. And we were just talking about, a normal Powerball, et cetera. And I think I said, did I say WNBA or did I say NHL?
I think you said NHL.
Okay. If you're a media company out there, you want to bet on baseball? Like, I'm curious if whether it's a streaming service or if you're the CW, you want to bet on baseball?
No, I don't.
It's tough to get your hands on quality and, insert joke here if you don't like baseball, but it's tough for networks to get their hands on what is considered top-notch sports programming. These contracts don't get made available very often.
But the key thing you said there is top-notch sports programming. How much of the playoffs can I get? Because without the playoffs and the All-Star game, national baseball ratings are terrible.
Sunday Night Baseball does 1.5 million on average. You get the Yankees involved, it crosses 2 million threshold on average. But I believe Sunday Night Baseball does about $1.50 on average. I mean, does CW have anything generating 1.5 million views?
No, David, but do you think all the views would go from ESPN to the CW? Because I don't.
Well, no. And this is the part that, you and I don't watch SportsCenter anymore, I don't believe. Occasionally we catch a Scott Van Pelt SportsCenter, occasionally. But I don't think we have a morning show. We don't stay up till 11 o'clock or what have you to watch SportsCenter anymore.
I will put ESPN on in the mornings during the weekend. Do I sit down and give it an hour? No, it's background noise.
But here's what I'm wondering. We saw it with hockey for nearly 20 years. When hockey was done with ESPN and vice versa, it took a court order to get hockey highlights on SportsCenter. Hour-long show. And you'd be lucky if you'd get 2 minutes of hockey talk. Here's my question. ESPN going to do what they normally do with a sport when they drop it, or the sport drops them with baseball?
Well, you brought up the interesting part of this. And Seth, earlier in the show, went fairly scorched earth on Rob Manfred for arguably the 67th time since Seth has been joining us. He's not a Rob Manfred fan. Never has been, and has always been upfront about that. But when he talked about Manfred going scorched earth on ESPN, you wonder if the folks at ESPN listened to that and went, really? You want to play this game? Because we can phase you right out. NBA is what they do on SportsCenter from now until when the finals are over. The majority of that hour is going to be spent talking the association. I don't know how much baseball gets before July 1.
Okay. Once you get to June, you're pretty much down to 2 teams. Maybe the first week of June, you got 4 teams left in the NBA, if you know what I mean. Now, I do think the divorce between ESPN and Major League Baseball could help the NHL. I do think they may say, you know what? Let's give pucks a little more time.
Well, and I believe, David, that PK Subban is a budding media star. I think he does his enthusiasm is great. He is the only thing keeping that in between period show alive, because I don't think Mess is very good.
Okay.
And they're putting him on a lot more platforms. I think that will continue during the NHL playoffs. So you may be on to something. But you're right, when you get to that point of the year, there are not a lot of other sports, but they don't show a lot of highlights on SportsCenter anymore. It's not the SportsCenter from 10, 15, 20 years ago.
I know that.
Where it was a highlight show.
I know that.
So without highlights, what is baseball? What do they have to talk about in baseball?
But they do get talked about. Like, here's another thing I'm curious about. The number one insider, baseball insider, is Jeff Passan. He works for ESPN. I mean, if you're ESPN, do you need the number one baseball insider if you're no longer covering the sport? I mean, ESPN paid to bring Jeff Passan on board. They went out and got Jeff Passan and paid 7 figures annually to get Jeff Passan. I mean, that's what makes it onto SportsCenter and the 3 to 5 minute segment with Scott Van Pelt and PTI with Kornheiser and what have you, Kirchin, Passan. All right. I think they get rid of them all. I mean, what was the running joke? Who was this? Barry Melrose. I mean, Barry Melrose was the only guy that they paid extra money to talk about the NHL for 15 years. They kept him on the payroll. He didn't leave. Eventually, near the end of his tenure there, before he got sick, all right, they allowed him to do some stuff with NHL Network and a couple of other things. But Barry was the only hockey guy they had.
And he was invisible until the playoffs started.
Right. Right.
So you wonder, outside of All-Star weekend, the MLB trade deadline, and then the playoffs, how much talk baseball is going to get on the network. And you and I don't watch a ton of it, but there are still a lot of folks that use ESPN, particularly the baseball demo, for their sports.
Yes. I mean, Home Run Derby does 4 million on average. Some years more, some years less, but it's 4 million-ish. The game is doing 5 to 5.5 million. Now, Fox says the game. They don't have Home Run Derby. I mean, I'm just curious if you're an entity out there, and I hesitate to bring this up because I'll just get mocked. But like I asked Seth, are you sure baseball doesn't have somebody who's going to pay them $500+ million a year to replace ESPN? I mean, that's monopoly money to 2 or 3 streaming services out there.
I gotcha, but with what Apple and what Roku paid, why would you fork out the money when they've been giving discounts for all of their internet partners? Or that's the part of this, David, that is going to be difficult for Major League Baseball to ask for these funds when they've discounted the other streaming services out there.
But I'll give you the exclusivity to the wild card round. That's 4 playoff series, 8 to 12 games, and people will watch those. That's a guaranteed 7-figure audience, even if you're on a streaming service. I'll give you the Home Run Derby. That's 4 million viewers. Maybe because you're on a streaming service, it's 3. Also, streaming service is the future, right?
It is.
You and I think we're going to have a Super Bowl in the 2030s on a streaming service exclusively.
Absolutely.
I actually think Manfred and baseball is going to get the last laugh here over ESPN. I've been wrong before.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton. Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. 16 till we're done yapping. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. So, since I don't watch the TGL, I didn't see this, but I also didn't hear about it. But I guess Koepka showed up last night for the match.
Okay. There've been a lot of players showing up, just it's right in their backyard. They all live right there.
Yeah, Koepka, huge Florida Panthers fan, by the way. So, he just went up the road a bit to where the whole SoFi Center, I think it's called, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Koepka lives in Jupiter. So he's not a Lauderdale resident. Jupiter's right there by Palm Beach.
Yeah, I thought he was Palm Beach, but yeah, either way. But still, an LIV guy showing up at something that's only associated with the PGA Tour.
At the rate this going, one of these teams will probably sign Brooks for a one. I mean, they're bringing everybody in. These teams are adding more players. That part's going to get a little confusing. It was on at 9:00 last night. I was watching other things until I went to bed. I had hockey and college hoop on last night. I did catch a little bit of the 5:00 match on Monday. Ratings have gone down. It's still doing 600,000 people per match.
Which is what most college basketball games do, right?
Right.
One would think it's a different audience, but still. So there's talk, will they expand and have an LIV team once the merger is complete? Or technically it won't be a merger, it'll be a business arrangement. So we talked about it very briefly. A lot of the LIV guys who made the initial jump, their contracts are up in 6-8 months, including Koepka's. Does Dustin Johnson, Brooks Koepka, Phil, even though he won't contend on the PGA Tour anymore, boy, it'd be a big draw on the Champions.
And it's not like they couldn't use it on the Champions Tour.
Right. So, and not only that, I believe, could be wrong, I believe they put Phil on the Champions Tour, they'll get Tiger to play. Not full time, but they'll get him to play.
Especially if Phil's successful on the Champions Tour.
Phil wins one Champions Tour event because he's already won on the Champions
Yeah, he won
Tour.
his first one he played in, didn't he?
Right. And I thought he won a major too. But Phil comes back here at double nickel or whatever he is age-wise, wins on the Champions Tour, guarantee you LT Gray next year plays.
Let me just give you one final tidbit on TGL. Trent, who hosted for you on Monday. Trent doesn't watch golf except for the Masters. Doesn't play golf, not interested in golf. Trent, have you watched any of the TGL? Matter of fact, I have. I find it kind of interesting.
Wow.
My son, who golfs a little bit, but not a golfer.
Right.
Watches the Masters. He's been lucky enough to go to Augusta a couple of times. That's more of a Southern thing than it is a golf thing to him. He was at the bar he does trivia and with some buddies, and it was on. And he goes, even though I couldn't hear it, that looked pretty cool to me.
Huh.
Yeah.
Couple of guys in their mid-20s.
Right. That's what golf wants to hear right there. They don't give a damn what Miller and Moulton think about TGL.
No.
Couple of 25-year-olds who don't really play, who are checking out the product, that's a win.
Oh, it's a huge win. Cool.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was a day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Call them today, please, and tell them Miller and Moulton sent you. 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location, or go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton. You'll get a 10% discount. Start living your best. Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs, and Naples. We start in 1929 today. President Calvin Coolidge establishes Grand Teton National Park.
1935, the Yankees release Babe Ruth. He signs with the Boston Braves. Today in 1966, Nancy Sinatra's These Boots Are Made for Walking hits number 1 in America. 1967, the 9th Daytona 500. In his first and only NASCAR Grand National event, Mario Andretti wins.
Won an F1 title, won Daytona, won Indy, won IndyCar titles.
Today in 1983, business was booming for one David Moulton as Michael Jackson's Thriller hits number 1 and would stay there for 37 weeks. If you take those 37 weeks and multiply that by 10, that's roughly the number of Thriller cassettes that David Moulton heisted from whatever record store he was stealing them from in the mall.
And sold for $5 a cassette at J.P. Stevens High School.
Tom Landry was fired today in 1989 by the Cowboys.
I know somebody who still is not rooting for the Cowboys because of it.
When I got my first job in sports, Craig Jenkins was my boss, and he looked at me and he said, your job in this business is to do everything you can do to become indispensable. It's impossible because Tom Landry was fired. And then he went on with what he was doing. It's always stuck in my head. It's like, no matter what you do, Tom Landry did get fired. So you will too one day. 1993, the World Trade Center bombing of 93. Killed 6 and injured over 1,000.
A lot of people forget that one in the basement. Tried to take it down from the bottom.
And in 2012, Trayvon Martin was shot and killed in Sanford, Florida. Levi Strauss, big in jeans. Grover Cleveland Alexander, big in pitching. Jackie Gleason, just plain big. Tony Randall. Fats Domino, Johnny Cash, and Al Troutwig all would have celebrated birthdays today. Al just passing a couple of days ago. Singer Michael Bolton is 72. Wonder what the hair looks like. Joe Mullen is 68, and Marshall Falk is 52. What did I miss, David?
Maybe it's because, and people will be shocked by this because of what I've turned into, but I was a runner back in the day. In junior high and high school, I was a runner. And so it was on this day, Mark, 51 years ago, Nike got the patent for the waffle running shoes. Do you remember the soles?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. All right. And he literally invented, did Bill Bowerman, who co-founded Nike, those soles in a waffle iron over breakfast.
Did he put syrup on them?
I had them. Apparently it was all because, remember, we had the natural tracks back in the day. Okay, the cinder tracks, and they were messy. And they got in your shoes and what have you. And then slowly over time, in the 80s especially, all of a sudden the artificial tracks were coming to be at high schools and colleges and what have you. And apparently the old sneakers didn't grip them well. And so they created this to grip the new artificial track. That's all I got.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Missouri via Nebraska for the good. A Missouri man was tending to his garden when he spotted something glistening in the dirt. He cleaned the object and discovered it was Omaha Northwest High School class ring of 1978 with the name Kerry Crocker inscribed on the inside. Through social media, they were able to get with Crocker, who now lives in Florida, who believes the ring went missing in 1981. He's never been to the town in Missouri where the ring was discovered. Doesn't know if it was stolen or if he just lost it. His family worked in landscaping and said it may have been something that slipped in the soil years ago. So he returned his class ring. Wonderful story. Did you ever have a class ring? Because I found them to be the dumbest things ever.
Yes. In fact, yes. Senior year, high school, I wore that for the longest time. It was lost and then found and sent to me a few years later. It's the only thing I've ever lost that was returned, my class ring.
For the bad, we go to North Fort Myers, where Lee County Sheriff's Office arrested a man and a woman for attacking several strangers with a wrench after a road rage incident. Jarrell Bain and Deborah Story were arrested. Sunday evening, 5 friends were driving a golf cart to a birthday party when the suspects were driving an SUV and threw a can of Sprite at the golf cart. Then the vehicle didn't quit and actually threw the can of Sprite. It hit the victims. The victims chased after them. They exchanged words, and that's when the wrench came out. They attacked the kids. A 16-year-old was injured. Like I said, the 2 were arrested. And finally, the ugly. We go to Fort Myers, where one parent in the parent pickup line at Orangewood Elementary didn't really know how to do it. You see, Raymond Perez showed up to pick up his child from school, but he had been, drinking all day and passed out in the car line. Officers had to break a window to gain access to the car. He was arrested on the spot for DUI. And good for Perez, he had a firearm with him too. Fortunately, no one was injured. No problems happened at the school. But Perez obviously was taken to jail. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Wednesday, February 26th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com, offering that great sign-on bonus for new officers, other jobs available, all information at capecops.com.
That was where my daughter went to elementary school, and there was a lot of pressure in the pickup line. You know, I wasn't in it very often because our show was in the afternoon at that time. And then, before that, I had local TV thing and what have you. So I wasn't in the afternoon pickup line, but I was in the morning one a lot. Boy, a lot of pressure. There were a couple of people that were, moving them through and, got to pull in properly. Don't block anything. Oh, I felt a lot of pressure in the pickup line at Orangewood.
Period. At any school pickup line. All goes back to if you're old enough to remember Mr. Mom and Michael Keaton getting yelled at the first time he did it.
Right.
A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure, David.
So, all right, we got, first off, only 3 hockey games tonight. What is interesting is that TNT is actually going to air one of them. And of all the games they're going to air Vancouver at the LA Kings. I think LA's got a chance to win that division. They're in 3rd place right now. They got games in hand. They got all those home games. Just saying. Game of the night, most important one you could argue is Winnipeg at Ottawa, but the Devils are in Colorado also. NBA, this is one of those, you commit to the TV schedule weeks ago. Can't you change it? Like ESPN's going to give us 76ers Knicks. Yeah, Embiid's not playing. The Knicks are 10-point favorites. I mean, come on.
The game that should be on is the Celtics and the Pistons, David.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. Boston only a 4.5-point favorite.
Pistons
Detroit.
have won 7 in a row.
Yep.
Do you know the last time they won 7 in a row?
05?
14-15 season.
Damn.
Right.
Atlanta's at Miami. The 2 teams are tied for 8th in the East. Miami is.
And Atlanta just whooped Miami the other night.
Yes. Oh, the late game, no Wemby, Spurs, Rockets.
Right.
Come on, guys. Check the schedule. Pay attention. All right, here we go. 3 system plays. Ready? We have Butler at home getting 7.5 against St. John's. St. John's just swept Connecticut. We have Oklahoma and 2.5 at home against Kentucky. Oklahoma with a win would probably ensure an NCAA tournament bid. And it's a toughie. BYU just won at Arizona. Can they complete the Arizona sweep? We're getting 4.5 with Hurley in Arizona State. There you have it. Miller and Moulton. Enjoy your hump day. We'll do it again tomorrow. Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton